closed session up again?
All right, we ready?
Recording the other day and your mic was not on. Nope,
It's a tough crowd this morning, I think.
you have no idea.
Good morning. I'd like to call the Village Council Work Session Meeting, October 30th, 2024. Show the time at 9:01. I show we have a full quorum. So let's go right into adoption of the agenda.
Yep, I need to add a presentation on Union County reevaluation from Van Harrell, Union County Tax Administrator. We need to add closed session for attorney-client privilege, 143.318.11A3. And we need to move consent number 2, which was...
Information.
Consider adoption of resolution adopting policy regulating public access to and video recording on municipal-owned property to new business. And that's all I have.
All right, anyone else? And I'll need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes, and we're going to go right, it looks like, into closed
Yeah,
session.
I'm going to make a motion to move into closed session pursuant to consult with the attorney-client, to consult with the attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege. Jesus. 143.318.11A3.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We're now in closed session. Thank you.
tax are on, reevaluated, so,
Give me a second. All right. We are now back in open, We are now back in open session. We're going to right into adoption of the previous minutes. Do we have any changes?
There's a typo, Austin. Behind the preposition.
I always fall.
It is. Sorry. I don't remember where it was.
You can come back when we go to approve it. It just was a,
Well, we're going to approve it right now.
I know, but when it,
By the way, minor misspellings don't need to be readopted by council. I can just fix those administratively.
Okay, it's somewhere. It's MA at the end of a section.
Do you know what word it was?
It's MA.
M-A.
It's like you just kind of like stopped.
Okay, I will find it and I will
Oh, there it
fix
is. It's deputies report, number 4.
Deputies
Ma.
report.
and then in my comments, you said about Hurricane Milton. I don't think there was a Hurricane Milton.
Yes.
Yes, there was.
That was the one that
Milton?
ripped across Florida.
Okay.
That was after
I thought it
Helene.
was-
You said that was deputies report. Oh, yeah, I will fix that. That was just 2 extra characters left on there. I'll strike those out.
Okay. Any other changes? Need a motion to approve the agenda? The minutes?
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up, we have presentations. Presentation on Union County reevaluation from Van Harrell, Union County Tax Administrator. Welcome. And you can make sure that mic's on when you're speaking. I think you just got to hit it.
1 second, I'll
There
get
you
that
go.
pulled up.
Morning.
Morning.
Hope you all are having a good morning, good day. Sorry I was a few minutes late. Traffic from, I had an unexpected trip to Monroe this morning, then had to come back all the way over here, so traffic was
You're dealing with traffic
a
in
bit,
Union
a bit,
County?
a bit crazy. Last time we were here was 2021, over at, I believe it was Firethorn Country Club, was where we met at that point to talk about the reappraisal for that year. At that time again, for 2025. Austin, do you have a way for me to control it, or you got to control it?
It sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't. So we will give it a shot. It is working right now. We'll see if it continues.
So we just want to kind of give you a preliminary overview of the process. We'll kind of gloss over that a little bit and then talk about some market data as to where things have moved since the 2021 reappraisal. I think anyone that pays attention to real estate knows the market has shifted significantly in the last 4 years from where it was. My name is Van Harrell. I'm the tax administrator. I've got a couple of staff members here with me that are intricately involved in this process. Michael Thompson is our newest deputy tax administrator. He oversees everything real estate related. Brad Helms has been with the county for 27 years, slightly longer than I have, but he is our head, he's our interim appraisal and revaluation manager. So why do we do this and kind of what governs what we do? First and foremost is to be fair and equitable to all property owners in the county. That's our charge by statute and by our industry standards. We have to make sure every property owner is treated equitably and fairly from the standpoint of the level of taxation and values on their property. Our North Carolina general statutes dictate this process. We'll go into those in a moment to kind of show you the timelines. And then we have a Union County specific adopted reappraisal cycle, and that ties into the statutes, and I'll touch on that momentarily. Then, of course, we want to be in agreement with our industry standards and best practices as dictated by the Department of Revenue and some of our other international associations. So what is this process and why are we doing it? Most of you have heard this before. We have to do this periodically. we just have to review all property en masse throughout the county. It's not a fee appraisal, but it is, we look at groups of property as a whole. We have, to kind of give you the scope, we have roughly 8 residential appraisers with 113,000 parcels that they have to cover. So it's a lot of work. It's a long process. This is not something that happens overnight. We've been working this since January of last year. So it's a long, tedious process, and then getting the values out is just the first step. And then we go into the appeals windows and those type of things. But the reason to do this is to be in compliance with state statutes, reestablish equity and fairness in the property tax base, and ensure assessed values are reflective of the current market. I want to key on that one in particular. We are not projecting the real estate market. We are catching up to the real estate market. So just to kind of give you the scope of how it works, we had our last reappraisal in 2021. We brought it up to market at that point. The last reappraisal prior to that was 2015, so we had a 6-year gap. We had the board adopt a 4-year appraisal cycle in 21 to kind of get more consistent, capture the market sooner, whether it's up or down, regardless, and adjust values from that standpoint. If you build a house in 2023, we're going to value it as if it existed in 2021, because we have to, you'll hear me talk about the schedule of values. That's the official document that governs the reappraisal cycle for the entire 4-year period. So once that schedule is adopted, we can't deviate from that. So if you're building a house for $700,000, but in 21, based on schedule values, it should have been valued at $500,000. That's what we're going to have to value it at. We can't pick up the sales price. We have to go by that schedule. Timing of the reappraisal. This touches back to the statutes. The maximum allowed time between reappraisal cycles is 8 years. That is a long time for a county this size. We have not had an 8-year window. We had close. The county moved to a 4-year cycle in 2000. So we did a 2000, 2004, 2008. And then we all know what happened in the real estate world after 2008. 9 and 10 were rough. And then the county delayed the 2012 reappraisal. We triggered that process to occur. We ended up in 2015, so that was a 7-year cycle. So we've had 4, 7, 6-year cycles. Now we're back to 4. Our plan is to stay that way based on the resolution the board adopted in 2021. You heard me just use the word trigger. That second statute listed there is a mandatory advancement of the reappraisal. If we hit certain thresholds statistically, you're required, counties our size are required to go ahead and do a reappraisal within 3 years, and that's what happened in 2012. We fall under category 3 here, or statute number 3, which is the optional advancement. So we had the board, there was a significant increase in 21 because the market had moved rapidly in 19 and 20 due to pandemic and other issues. So the idea was that we would capture the values quicker to kind of try to mitigate those large increases. Market moved even more since then. You'll see that in a moment. But to do that, we moved to a 4-year cycle. There are some counties that are contemplating 3-year cycles. Some states require every year. We're not one of those states. So I don't see North Carolina moving to that. So right now, we're just going to stay consistent with this 4-year reappraisal cycle. Here's our timeline for our process for this particular cycle. We submitted our reappraisal plan back to the Department of Revenue back in January 2023. We do everything in-house. There's a lot of counties that contract out the reappraisal services, but we do it in-house. We feel like we get better product that way. We know our market as opposed to bringing somebody from the outside in and trying to have them analyze it. Last Monday night, I presented the schedule of values to the Board of County Commissioners. There'll be a public hearing on that next Monday, and then we plan for them to adopt it on the 18th of November. That schedule is, there's 2 documents. One is roughly 170 pages, and one is roughly 90 that kind of dictate how we'll go through the process. It's got all our values, tables, schedules, processes, everything laid out there. They are available online for inspection by the public on the county website. So if anybody has questions about that, they're more than welcome to call our office. Fast forward, the effective date of the reappraisal is January 2025. We will have the values roughly finalized early February. We'll start doing more of these meetings again to kind of bring you back an update as to what the results of the overall reappraisal is. We won't talk about specific properties at that point, but we'll look at jurisdictions as a whole. Late February, early March 2025, we will mail all the individual owners their new assessed values. That's when the fun begins. We'll start working through the appeal processes and a lot of communication between now and then, a lot of public outreach to try to mitigate some of that and make sure people are aware of what's going on. I touched briefly on the uniform schedule of values. This slide kind of lays it out. I'm not going to go through all these points. I pretty summarized it earlier, but you've got the presentation. If you have any questions about this, we'll be glad to answer those.
One question I
Yes,
have,
sir.
so May of 2025 is when we'll kind of get a good idea. That doesn't leave a lot of time between then and when budgets are due. So-
We'll have those numbers to you in late March. Your tax base, that's what happens every year. The tax base estimates, it takes a little while to put those together. We'll know your market value as a whole for real estate. There's a fair amount of value that comes off the market value for tax relief and different things. So we have to come down to the assessed value. Then we have to also generate your personal property, public utility, and motor vehicle values. That's what comprises your total tax base estimate. And we'll have those to you late March is the anticipated timeline, which is the normal annual calendar process for us on that.
Okay, thank you.
So let's take just a brief look at the Union County market, if you will, based on the sales data. So again, like I said, we're not projecting. This is based on sales data that has occurred since January 1st of 2021. We trended more toward 23 and 24 when we're setting the values, because if you're going 4 years old, then you're still behind the market. So you have to go with your most recent sales to kind of get to this point that you need to do the reappraisal. Current market overview. One of the governing statistical numbers that really controls what happens in our office is the sales ratio. And that's just a comparison of the sales price of a property to the assessed value of that property. The Department of Revenue keys on this for their quality control efforts when monitoring the counties. And so that's what governs what we do. After our reappraisal in 2021, that sales ratio was 99.86%. 100% is market. And so your goal is to be as close to that as possible. If you're saying you're 100%, that's close. But if you come out and say you're 100%, then you're chasing what we call sales chasing. You're just changing values based on what that's sold for that property. So we don't do that. We look at things as a whole. As of July, when I prepared this presentation, the countywide median sales ratio is 65%, just under 66%. That means we are 34% under market at that point. To make that 34% up is roughly a 55% increase in value. Some jurisdictions a little bit higher. You'll see in a few minutes, another slide, Marvin is slightly higher than that as a municipality. But we'll touch on that here in a moment. The median selling price countywide since January 1st of 2023 for a single-family residential home is $450,000. Compare that to the median assessed value, the bullet point below, after the 21 reappraisal was $293,000. So that shows you where the market, again, just another metric of where the market has shifted. Our total sales volume from 21 through July of this year was 30,000 transactions. Of those, we have deemed 23,000 of those to be valid sales. I mean, they're true arm lease transactions, had market time exposure. That's what we base the reappraisal on, is valid sales. A non-valid sale would be, say you had 10 acres and you decide to sell your son 2 of those acres for $2,000. That's not a valid sale. That's a steep discount, as you'll see by some of the land sales prices here momentarily. How do we do what we do? We divide the county up into appraisal neighborhoods, and we have roughly 765 neighborhoods countywide. And basically, that's just looking at like properties, similar quality, similar grades, similar styles. You may have a subdivision that's a neighborhood. You may have 3 subdivisions that's a neighborhood. Or there's a subdivision in Indian Trail that has 4 or 5 different appraisal neighborhoods within that subdivision because there's so many different types of properties in there. So that's how we do that. Marvin specifically, we've got Marvin divided into 29 appraisal neighborhoods. 28 of those are residential, and then you've got your 1 commercial out on Providence Road. Some more data from countywide specifically. Again, our residential median sales price currently is $450,000. Commercial median sales price $650,000. Industrial a little slightly over $1 million, and generally that's going to be vacant land. But our vacant land median sales price per acre currently is $78,000 an acre, which is a significant increase over what we've seen historically.
And that's, vacant land is not commercial, it's just residential?
It could, I believe it could be anything. Do you know what went into that? Is that just residential or is that everything?
That there would be everything.
Okay, yeah. And obviously you have outliers. That's why we look at the medians. I mean, there's some that are way out of line for what they typically would be on the market. And we just don't consider those. So we try to focus around the center clusters there. Here's a chart showing our sales volume by year since 21. You can see the volume of sales has trended down. This is through July of this year. I'm not sure what the number is as of today, but the prices have not trended down. Prices are still staying where they're at. I think the baseline of the market reset, and that's where it's at, but you can see the volume has definitely slowed down over the last couple of years. Sales by jurisdiction, here, just county only, with no municipality involved, 21,000. I think Marvin specifically, since July 1st, 23, you've had 413 real estate transactions here in the village. Here's what gets everybody's attention. So Union County, our median sales price again is $453,000. Marvin, the median sales price currently is $1.3 million, slightly more than that. Compare that to the results after I looked at it this morning. It's not on the slide. The median assessed value for the village of Marvin after the 21 reappraisal was $702,000. So currently, you've got a median sales price of $1,325. That kind of shows you where the values are trending here. Sales ratios countywide, all three categories of real estate on this slide here. Again, residential is what most people focus on because this county is 90% residential. That's not changing anytime in the near future, it appears. It's been holding that way. I've been here 20 years. That percentage has been roughly the same the whole time. Sales ratios by jurisdiction. I've got two snapshots here. We did a presentation back in February where we pulled this information, pulled it again in July. Marvin shifted a bit from 66% in February to 62.68% in July. That just means the prices are continuing to increase, and you're getting further away from the assessed value. Based on this 62.68%, that's roughly indicating a potential 60% increase, around 60% increase in your tax base and your market values for the whole jurisdiction. Some properties will go up more, some will go up less. But as a municipality as a whole, it's roughly 60% at this point. And this is just countywide data here that shows you that breakdown of residential, commercial, and our total tax base valuation up through the current year. So what's contributed to the shift? Obviously, we're a bedroom community for Charlotte. We're one of the destination counties in the Charlotte metro area. You still have housing supply and demand issues in the county, which is going to continue to hold prices higher because there's not a lot of supply at this point. There's still supply chain issues out there. Construction costs have increased, and of course, we all are aware of the interest rate situation. How are we getting the word out about this? We're doing a lot of these meetings. Or as a group, we've done, I think it's our 7th meeting in the last 9 weeks. We'll continue to do those. We'll do a second round of those. We're going to hit the local Rotary clubs, Kiwanis clubs, all the civic organizations. So our goal is to do as many of these as possible. I think in 21, we did 33 public meetings just to get the word out. Our goal is to at least do that again because we want people to be aware. It's a big county. There's a lot of information that needs to be shared, and a lot of people that don't necessarily pay attention during this part of the process. It's only when they get the notices, oh, why did y'all do this? So our goal is to get the information out as soon as possible. We've got a dedicated reappraisal webpage. We've got a social media channel. We're doing some video messaging. Some videos will be released soon in the community Q&A sessions. We've done multiple radio newspaper interviews at this point. That will continue throughout the whole process. So our goal, we want to be transparent. This is the part, we view this as a partnership with the property owners. We're not dictating taxes. This is strictly about the value. We're only one piece of the equation. One thing we've made clear everywhere is whoever sits behind this dais here, y'all control the taxes. We only control the value, and that's based on the market. So that's a statutory obligation for us. I want to touch briefly on tax relief options, and what I'll say to this is if you guys have a legislative liaison or somebody that you work with to push legislative issues, please put this on your agenda. One of our biggest programs in the county, and it's not a county program, it's a statewide thing. We can't set tax relief options locally. It has to be in statute or we can't do it. But the Elderly and Disabled Exclusion Program, they get either $25,000 of value or 50%, whichever is greater, if they qualify. The problem is, the challenge is for a county our size, and in the area that we're in, is the income limit. Currently, the income limit is $37,000 a year. If you make more than that, you can't qualify for this program. You have to be the owner, you have to be 65, those have to be met, but the income is often the hurdle. And it's household income. It's not just the individual's income. So if you've got a couple that makes $20,000 a year on Social Security, and that's all they've got, they're not gonna qualify, even though it's justified, but we can't qualify them. So what we've tried to do as a state association, I'm on the legislative committee for the Assessors and Collectors Associations for North Carolina. We've been working for 2 years to try and increase this threshold to the 60% of the HUD established AMI, which is the area median income. It's not a huge increase, but we're running into a lot of issues at the legislative level with bill drafters and such. The more voices we have behind this, the better chance we can get this adopted. So that's why we're asking every municipality to kind of put some weight behind this, whatever you have from your legislative folks, to reach out to them and say, hey, we need to support this when it comes up. That would make a huge difference. It's not going to get everybody. There's always going to be, somebody's always going to be $10 above the limit. I mean, you're going to be there, and we have to hold that line. But the higher that limit is for counties like Union, there's about 15 counties that would fall in this category, and they're all metropolitan counties around Charlotte, Winston-Salem, Triad area, and the Triangle area. It's tough for the rural counties because that would bring in a lot more people for them, and so we have to find that delicate balance between urban and rural, and then find an income line that fits for both. So just wanted to ask that if the board would kind of put some support behind that for us. Other programs are the Circuit Breaker program. It's not popular. It does have a higher income limit, but it creates a tax lien on the property. It's a tax deferment, not a tax exclusion. So if somebody has this and they pass away, then their kids are on the hook for all the back property taxes with interest. So that's why most people don't want to get involved in that program. There's a disabled veterans exclusion, $45,000. That has been discussed quite a bit in the General Assembly. That could be changing. We don't know anything about it yet, but it could be changing to a higher limit. The biggest in the county is the present use value program, and that's the preservation of farmland, or taxing land at its present use. So if it's farm, it's been actively farmed, or it's in horticulture or forestry management, you're going to be taxed at a much lower rate that's set by the state than the market value. So that's a huge, we have roughly $1.3 billion of value deferred in that program. Ownership and use requirements are critical. If you don't own it, obviously you can't qualify. And if you're not using it for the specifics of the program, it's not going to qualify. So we have to review all that. With that, I'll take any questions.
I'll repeat that. I always have a question. So for the average person who's going to see this increase, which I did quick math, it's like over 50% increase, I'm going to guess?
We're still working on the final, from the overall numbers. I mean, we're still in process with this, but if you look at the sales ratio for Marvin specifically, that would indicate around a 60%. I think there's
Yeah,
a,
because I was doing Union.
yeah, I think there's a window there. I would say 58 to 63. But it would vary.
So, and again, I think you mentioned this, that this would be something for us to discuss, or is it a county thing? With this extra income, with higher tax assessed values, a lot more money coming in, where's that money going? That's a Union County question, pretty much?
Well, it's a question for every jurisdiction, because the governing board for every jurisdiction sets the tax rate. We don't set that tax rate. And that's, you'll hear a lot of discussion around the concept of revenue neutral. Revenue neutral is simply the tax rate based on the new values and your typical growth patterns. Revenue neutral is the rate that would generate the same amount of revenue, allowing for your normal growth. So I think that's where the conversation is going to center around. And even if you go revenue neutral, person A may see a tax decrease, person B may see a small tax increase. So just because you go revenue neutral doesn't mean that your bill's the same.
And if I wanted to contest this, or an average person wanted to contest this, who does that go to, and what are they looking for?
You're talking about the value of your property? So the appeals process will open up after you get the notice. You'll submit that to our office. The best thing you can do if you want to appeal it is to get a fee appraisal. And we'll compare that to our values, or look at our data and look at the neighborhood that you're in. We have tools that are online that show all of our sales data, so that you can go in and do your own comparison and say, look, you've got my value here, but these 3 sold in my neighborhood are showing this value. And then we'll look at that with you. And like I said, it's a partnership. We're not claiming to be right on everything. Our goal is to get an estimated market value. And if you agree with that, great. If you don't, great. We'll work with you. But if you truly want to, if we can't reach a settlement, then it goes to the Board of Equalization and Review, which is a county board. They will hear the evidence from both sides and make a decision. At that point, if you don't agree, you can take it to the state level. So there's multiple appeal avenues. That third level of appeal is the Property Tax Commission. You can appeal value or legal arguments to the Property Tax Commission. They are the final say from a value standpoint. If it's a legal argument, that can go to the Court of Appeals and Supreme Court, which we've done in various cases. So there is plenty of appeal avenues. We work well with people. Our staff is very customer friendly. We're not out here trying to just create values out of thin air and ram them down people's throat. Our goal is to make this as equitable as possible.
And though the assessed value has gone up, the assessed value is always, in my view, always considerably different from the sales price of your assessed value of our property is usually a lot less than sales price. So when you
That's why we have to do the reappraisal, because the further you get away from a reappraisal, the wider that gap gets, and our job is to bring that market back in line. It's only going to be a snapshot. It's good for, let's say, 30 days. What I can tell you is this: in '21, when the reappraisal was complete, that sales ratio number we're talking about was 99.86%. Within 30 days, it had dropped to 97%. And so the market was moved. The market continues to move, but we're stuck. We are frozen in time as of that date, and so that's why you see that gap between the market and the assessed values.
So there are certain situations that can trigger an individual home being reappraised, like having an addition in between these county revaluations, right? So when a home, maybe they add a pool or they add an addition or something, they then, maybe it was in 2023 or 2024, they already saw a property, an evaluation increase.
Let's say
They would get a letter and, it would be reevaluated at that time. Can you explain that process a little bit about the reevaluation then, but then also, since theirs has already been reevaluated at least and increased at least to some degree, does that allow that home to not be reassessed again because it's already been within that window of time?
No. So the only thing that has been reassessed on an addition is that part that was added. So the whole property is not reassessed, the value of that section. So if you, let's just say you added a pool. Let's say on the schedule of values, that the value of a pool from the schedule of values is $20,000. The only thing we're gonna do is add that 20,000. So we're not gonna revalue the whole property. A countywide reevaluation.
Is that based on at that time, though? Or like you said, if a new house, it goes back to 2021 values?
It would go back to 21. So
Okay.
the value of the pool, depending on the size, in 2021, let's say it's 20,000, and you added that in 23, we're just gonna add that 20,000 to your property. Countywide reappraisal, every property is reappraised and reassessed at that time. Because the main structure of that house is still valued as if it's 21, so is the pool, so we have to bring that up to market. That clarifies.
And I guess that's what I wanted to clarify. When that reevaluation happens in between because you did something, they're not reevaluating your whole property.
No.
You're only reevaluating the improvement that
Right.
was made.
Yes.
Okay.
Austin, can you bring up that calendar timeline? Can you bring up the calendar timeline in the presentation?
While he's doing that, real quick question, the piece on there about disabled veteran, is that something that a disabled veteran would have to notify the tax office that they are a disabled veteran? And
They have,
provide
yes, they have to have paperwork declaring them 100% disabled.
they have to be 100%
It has to be
disabled?
100%, yes.
Okay.
From the VA, and then they'll submit that paperwork and some doctor's paperwork.
So if they're 70% disabled, they don't?
No, no, it's got to be 100%
And
currently.
they still have to be under the total 37.
No, there's no income limit on
Oh,
that.
okay.
That's only on the elderly, the typical elderly disabled. Disabled veterans is separate. There's no income limit.
May we have a copy of this presentation?
Yeah, I emailed it to Austin, and
I would also like it on our website so that people can access it, but if you can just pull up the calendar.
or you can also put the link to the reappraisal page on your website, and that way all the data can be linked between your site and the county site.
One little comment as well, is that this mission that you're on to change the law on the state level for the minimum, I think that's a great cause. One of the things I would like to mention to you is that Joe and I are on the Western Union Municipal Alliance Board. I think that that's an organization that you should probably pitch this to, because there are 7 of us that are part of this, and we could possibly write a resolution, supporting this. So Jeff Perriman of Weddington is our chair. I know you've given this presentation to Weddington, they mentioned it in the last meeting, but that would be something I would suggest. I think that we could all probably get behind this. I think it's a great idea. I think that those numbers are low considering, where everything is today
Yeah.
with inflation, so just wanted to throw that out there.
And we'll be glad. I mean, we've hit, I think, every municipality that's a member of that alliance we've been to. So we'd be glad to come talk about it if somebody wanted. I'd hate for y'all to sit through the same presentation a second time. But we'll be, we can do that.
I know we're having Brian Matthews come to our next meeting in November. That may be something that you guys want to speak with him about to
Okay.
present. I don't know, I'm not sure how everything
Yeah.
goes, but that's definitely something that I think our organization should probably get behind.
I'll actually see Brian after this, and I'll talk to him and see if we want to make that part of his presentation on that.
Okay, so for this schedule, you are going to tell the municipalities what the change is February, March?
We will begin making rounds again in the February timeframe.
So then at that point, we'll have a better feel whether it's 60%
Yes,
increase?
yes.
50% increase? 20% increase, right, not gonna be that low.
I can promise you it won't be 20%.
Okay. So at that point, would you be willing to, not necessarily to come to one of our meetings, but just have like an open forum where you can come, do the presentation for anybody from the community? I think, and then they would just be able to ask questions. I think that would be very helpful.
Well, I mean, we'll be glad to come to a meeting, anything to set up and
Okay.
have the conversation. I think at that point, we'll be talking about jurisdiction-wide we will not be talking about individual property owners.
Individual, sure.
That, and we welcome that dialogue. A lot of times
Just,
that.
that's not the time or the place.
Right.
You know, I totally understand that. Okay, so I would like to schedule something with them, like as this information gets rolled out or is getting rolled out. Just having them come in and just do a presentation for the community at large, like once, you said you wanted to be able to.
You're
get
talking about a
out-
separate meeting from your normal council meeting or in your council meeting?
No, I like it separate.
Okay,
Yeah,
we can do
if
that.
that's okay. And then when we were talking about revenue neutral, and again, we don't know what the numbers are because you guys don't know what the numbers are yet, but I just want to make it clear, and we'll probably talk about it every single time, we, as the Village of Marvin, cannot go below 5 cents because we have POW bill funds. So everybody needs to realize that. So if there is a 50, 60% increase, whatever, we can't go below 5 cents. So just for the general public to know, as much as we might like to go revenue neutral, which might be lower than 5 cents, we just can't. So just putting that out there for the general public to recognize. Thanks.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you, and we'll see you all in February.
Sounds good, thank you. All right, moving on, we're gonna get reports and updates. First up, we have manager's report.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I have a couple of things. First off, the Village Hall flagpole, and I may call Davey up if y'all have questions. In the recent storm, the flagpole was essentially damaged before it got to the storm, but the storm kind of exacerbated the issue, and it's fallen down. It needs to be replaced. I could have filed an insurance claim, however, it's a minor cost. It was, in disrepair beforehand, so we did not do so. There's a couple of options, basically a $3,000 expense or a $5,000 expense. Davey can go over the different options with you. First and foremost, we want to make sure you guys want to do it, which I assume you do. It's not something that we budgeted, so we would have to come back and do a budget amendment, so I wanted to bring that up to your attention first and foremost. But if you don't mind just telling them real quick the couple of options, and then we can go from there.
Good morning. So I reached out to Condor Flag, which is the largest flag company in this area, and secured a couple of quotes. And one of the first option we have would be for a 30-foot pole by 5-inch in diameter, and it would be a pole with the cord outside the pole itself. So it's similar to what we have, but a more sturdy version of it. It would support a 5x8 flag, which we currently use 3x5 flag, so it could support a larger flag. In saying that, the pole installation by Condor would be a total of $2,812.17. Now, if we wanted to go to a even more sturdier pole, 30 feet by 5-inch, it's just a little thicker material. It has an internal halyard, which is inside the pole. You would have a crank on it to raise and lower the flag. Same size flag, 5x8. The installation and pole for it would be $4,342.22. So those are the two options. The outside halyard, if you will, is a little bit smaller or thinner pole than the internal. So when you start comparing the two as far as maximum wind speeds, there's probably an 8 to 10 mile an hour difference of what their maximum rated value is between the two poles. So there's not a lot of difference, but it just really comes down to whether you want to crank the flags up and down, or if you just want to pull it.
David, meaning that because it's not exposed to the sun and elements?
It is, and they'll last quite.
Any warranties on either one?
I did not ask them about any warranties, but I can look into that.
In my experience with my own personal flagpole, the lanyards last an exposed one the last 10 years without issue. I think that it's more about, the strength of the pole, and what is the, wind speed that they say that the exposed one will do? You said there's only like an 8 or 10 mile an hour difference between them. What is the wind speed?
Yeah, I think one was, and don't quote me because I've got the paperwork back in my office, but I think one was like 98 miles per hour maximum wind speed, and the other was like 112. You know, if we knew that those types of winds were coming, we would definitely take the flags in. So I don't think, in my opinion, that's a big
No.
issue.
I mean, I personally, I don't think it matters really one way or the other, in or out, but I think the cost, I mean, there's only 8 or 10 mile an hour difference in the wind speed. They seem to be just as sturdy, so I can't wrap my head around spending the extra money for the internal one versus the external. You know, I mean, I don't think it's.
External now, right?
Yes, sir.
And a crank is just one more thing that can break or jam or something like that. So it's just one more, you know, bell and whistle that we really don't require. I think, you know, pulling them up and down with the rope is.
Do you need a vote on this?
No, we just kind of need a consensus for what you're looking for, and he'll go ahead and order it, and Jill will come back and have to do a budget amendment of some sort. Sounds like you guys are okay with the $3,000 expense? Is that
Yeah.
kind of what we're hearing?
It's $2,800.
Yes.
$2,800.
Straw poll?
Right.
Yeah, because
We're just going to estimate 3,000.
from my opinion, it's not optional for us to have a flagpole. It's required.
Right,
So,
okay.
you know, so, yeah,
So everybody's good with that?
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so the second thing is Stacy Howie, DOT update. I just wanted to read you a couple of emails I've gotten back. So from DOT, and this was beginning of October, they've ordered turning movement counts, reviewing crash data, and captured the data for speed evaluation. They just got the counts back at the beginning of the month. We should have most of it pulled together in the next couple of weeks, so they'll let us know what those findings are. I have yet to have an update from them, so I'll follow back up. In terms of the weird, if you remember the weird boundary lines and the federal funding, y'all had a question about the federal funding. Bjorn told me that CRTPO was reviewing, NCDOT and CRTPO are working on the adjusted boundary that would address the weird designations along Waxaw Marvin. Mayor Polino was at the meeting last night. This was, I guess, a CRTPO meeting. Seems like it's proceeding slowly or smoothly, and he doesn't think that there's going to be any eligibility issues on Stacy Howie intersection for federal funding. So I have not requested any relinquish of that road from DOT. I don't even know if they're willing. Just wanted to let you know, it doesn't look like there's going to be any federal funding issues if we do accept it. So if you want me to make the request, I can, or if you want to wait and hear back from them on the speed assessment data, we can kind of do that in one approach.
I think it's prudent to wait until they
Okay.
say whatever they're going to say, but if they're not going to do anything, then we might want to look at taking on Stacy Howie so that we can.
Okay, so
control it. I mean, it's-
we'll keep this on the ticker list and we'll bring it back up, if that's the consensus.
Anybody else have any other?
Okay. All right, Marvin Creek Connector update. Okay, so a couple of things. We'll start off with, I've passed out a letter from Milan Diamante, who's the HOA president. You guys got this, I think, last week or the week prior, printed it out, it's there in front of you again, but essentially the HOA conducted a survey. They are asking for the return of the easement. You guys have that letter, you can read it. Y'all have had this conversation before. I did tell them that I would bring it up to you all, so it's there for you to discuss if you want to, or further direct staff. I do want to be clear that I was very clear to the HOA and to you all as well when I sent this email that you all had previously told me to do some studies, which I'm going to report to in just a second. You all had taken action and motions to enter contracts for wetlands analysis, for engineering studies. I do not have the authority to single-handedly stop any of that stuff until you all direct me to do so. I made that clear in those emails to you all and to the HOA. Those studies have since gone on, and they will go on until you guys direct me to stop those studies. That has to be done in a meeting, just like we have now. It can't be done individually outside of a meeting. I can't straw poll you guys in those situations, so I just want to be abundantly clear to you all and to residents listening that I cannot stop studies until directed from council. So, that being said, we did get a report back from the engineer yesterday. It was very preliminary, so I'm still waiting on some answers back from them on some questions that we had. But so essentially, they did do the bridge overlay in their hydraulic modeling. The bridge does produce a rise. So they looked at a couple of different options, not really relevant, so the options weren't going to work anyways based on where the easement location is. But any bridge in that general area is going to, I say any, the bridge proposed, the flat bridge proposed, is going to create a rise. They did offer a solution that you could do a box culvert insert into the area exactly where the easement is. So essentially, a culvert, a pipe that's shaped like a box. And that could be used as the actual bridge structure itself. We would have to put railing on it, we'd have to put some type of surface on it to make it aesthetically pleasing, ADA compliant, safe, all that, all 9 yards on that. I did ask a couple of questions that I have yet to receive information back. I don't have them handy right in front of me, but off the top of my head, it was what steps would remain from them to get us the surface material, how that would work, the railing, the construction documents for that to make sure that it's all compliant. What's the cost of them helping us through the permitting process, because we'd have to get permits through DEQ, potentially engineering, the Army Corps of Engineer, since we're actually putting a device in the stream, if that's what you all choose. I did ask them to also run the model for an arched bridge, because they didn't do that in the initial modeling. That may actually produce a result that doesn't create a rise, but we would have to get an engineered plan set for that arched bridge, or to look at prefab manufactured bridges that we could order that would, along those same dimensions, that don't create a rise, assuming that's what happens. So I'm waiting to hear information back from them on that. Is there anything that I left off, Hunter, that you can remember? So I'll look for the email real fast while y'all kind of talk over some of those points. Sorry, I've got it pulled up now. All right, so yeah, proper specs for railing to assure safety and ADA compliance. What are the next steps for that? The rough estimate of the box culvert, I don't know how much that's going to cost. And then the estimates for the steps to put in the box culvert, because we'd have to have an installer, we'd have to have the permitting process to go through. Situations where the grades on each side of the top of the bank don't match, what do you do about that? So we're waiting on a couple of other answers to give you a full report to really assess those, but it's all preliminary at this point, so we wanted to kind of know some direction from you all, if any, if you want to continue the studies, if you want to look at the box culvert versus the arch bridge. I don't know if you have any questions that we haven't addressed already, but that's kind of where we're at preliminarily.
Well, I think you've asked all the questions, or you've asked some good follow-up questions for us to get additional information as we're trying to make these decisions. So I think that, you know, hopefully we'll have that back by our November meeting, and we can get an
Yeah.
update on that, because the culvert, the box culvert, I looked into that, and the prices they're not even anywhere close to what I thought a bridge was gonna cost. They're significantly lower, so I think being able to, I think being able to get that additional information, you know, if you go the box culvert way, what's the top look like, what do the sides look like, all that good stuff, but then the curved bridge, if that doesn't, because you said they only looked at the flat bridge, correct? Okay, so they ought to be able to look at that and without having to go back out and do additional studies.
Yes,
And then
yeah.
hopefully we'll get all of that information, and then in November we can make a more informed decision.
The only thing that I will add is that from the preliminary report from the engineers, there was like 4 points from the survey data that they had questions of. I submitted that to the surveyor, got those updated points corrected. These terms I'm not a proficient fully in, but I'm not sure if that would end up messing up any of the modeling, helping or hurting, but just want to at least make you guys aware that there were a few, because apparently it was mapped correctly, but the points in the data, like it was showing the channel as like this instead of like more of like a true channel. Which I don't, like I said, I don't know if that would impact the modeling that they did because they do have the base elevations already from the topo. So just want to at least make that
At
point.
the end of the day, they have to produce a no-rise.
Yeah.
So even if it does, they will do their modeling to figure out what is needed to make the no-rise if that's what you all decide to do, so.
Yeah, I did similar to Kim, I did a little research on the box culverts as well, and I actually saw some examples where I think, they make them aesthetically pleasing, safe, all of those type things. And I think it is important, before we make any decisions on, moving forward with this or not, that we do have the complete picture from a financial perspective of, what the different options are. So, yeah, all the questions you're asking, I think, are on track, and look forward to getting that data back.
I think you're looking for also responses on this particular letter?
Correct.
Okay. I think and I've read the letter, first and foremost, I would like to say that I think our position on this goes back to the statement that we read and we made on August 13th, that this issue is an issue between the resident and the HOA. So I don't think our position has changed, unless someone can tell me different. Our position remains the same. Moving from that, and again, I want to make sure that that's the first and foremost piece of it. I think in due fairness with this, this has kind of been written and proposed with the assumption that from the date that we took this easement over until now, we've invested a significant amount of money because it was transferred legally. It's stated in this letter. We've invested a significant amount of money to do improvements for this easement, as we would do any easement in the village. It's a village asset, and we enhance these easements and the trail systems for the village of Marvin. But a significant amount of money has been spent on this, to include, as we have gone through this since this has been turned over, legal, surveys and engineering, but also, as we've gone through this, there's been a significant amount of staff time. So in fairness to this letter, I know for me personally, before I could even start to consider or entertain any kind of conversation around this or what's been presented here, that we have to get to the realistic piece of this is that I would request that you would come up with a number from attorney fees to engineering studies, the cost of everything that we have spent from the time we've taken this easement over until current, what that number would be. So I would want to know what that number is, because again, just as been assumed here that, okay, let's just say that we made a mistake, not we, Marvin Creek HOA made a mistake and we just want this back, and I think that's not fair to anyone. So me personally, I would like a complete analysis of all funds spent on this before we can even take a step to consider or entertain this, because I'm sure when they did this survey, the survey was taken based on, let's just simply hand this back over. No money involved, no nothing, and I think it would be dereliction of our duty to just go, sure, we've spent all of this money, attorney money, staff time, engineering studies and all of this. We spent the village people's money. Other neighborhoods have spent that money. And to just then say, here you go. So I think I would assume also, safely assume that these numbers would skew in one direction or another based on that information if they had to actually pay funds to rectify this. I would also caution, me personally, to the council and to all involved around this to say, this is a completely slippery slope, because I would argue, and I think it's a fair argument, that moving forward from whenever this is rectified in whatever form or fashion, the Village of Marvin could never move forward asking for an easement ever again. Two things. One is, every easement that we then have can be requested back. And moving forward, how do we, when we get an easement, how do we enhance that and do, the purpose of the easement is to create a trail, a greenway, whatever the case may be, with the prospect that after we've spent significant money on it, someone says, well, we want it back, even though we've legally obtained that easement. That is a very dangerous and slippery slope to do. They've stated in this letter that this, that this was done legally. So there are my points. The statement read on August 13, I think that's our position. I don't think that position has changed unless someone can tell me different. Two, we can't entertain this until we come up with a number, and I would personally request that we come up with that number. And three, the precedent that we're setting, and there was a mistake made here, but it was not a mistake made by the Village of Marvin, in my view. And it should not cost the Village of Marvin to rectify that mistake. And that mistake will set precedents for, in the future, we can never take another easement from a neighborhood, from an HOA, from anyone ever again. Because they can point back and go, okay, 6 months, a year, I now want it back. You gave it back to them, and if not, I'm going to sue. I want whatever. That's my position on it. And again, there's nothing personal here. I just think we just have to address the facts here. The fact is, legally, we made a statement. We have a position, the precedent, let's come up with, before anything can be considered, I think we have to begin the process of saying, let's talk apples to apples and coming up with the financial implication of this.
So I'll say a couple of things. It'll be hard for us to substantiate staff time, but we can try to come up with some rationale behind that. The legal time, it's going to take us some time to go through all those legal bills and pull out exactly hour for hour. We've been working on this since, at least significantly since January. We'll try to come up with that. I think probably coming up with that between now and the next meeting is probably unrealistic, so just.
I would just know that when you present it, it's our obligation to pick it apart, to make sure that we have covered and captured all of the, because it should just be a real number.
Right.
That's a real number that we hand back, and we should be able to defend that number, whatever it is, but it should absolutely include staff time, because there is significant staff time. There's significant legal pieces in there, and there's significant engineering pieces. And again, I'm going to go back to, this is going to set a precedent, and I'm sure, and I've had discussions with others, even in government, that the Village of Marvin is out of a greenway. It is out of an easement business, because this is, what do we do with it when we get it? If we ask for it, we get it, that's great.
And I would add, because I tend to agree with you, Jamie, I would add is what exposure do we lead ourselves up to? What's to say if we do give it back and not look at the cost that we've already spent on it? Who's to say another neighbor doesn't say, you've spent our tax dollars, we're gonna sue you for giving it back because you've spent our taxpayer dollars, and when do you start that process to spend money on easements to determine if it's gonna work for us or not?
Right, but again, that's why I say, and this is important, our position on the August 13th statement that we made, again, as I see it, this is not a citizen easement issue between the Village of Marvin, and this is a Marvin Creek HOA issue with a private citizen or citizens. And I think once that is, in my opinion, once that is resolved, then, we can, move forward with that. But since this has been brought up, I think it's fair to, at any point in time somewhere in the future, that if this is brought back up again, which I'm expecting we need to know a realized number on this.
Yeah, and I don't know that it needs to be next weekend. Next meeting.
Listen, again.
We're continuing to do our due diligence.
Right.
Gather the cost for, what the project would look like anyway. And, I think that's the responsible thing to do. And again, that's what we said in our previous statement, and I agree that we should really fall back on that and continue to do our due diligence, which, we're asking for another component of that based upon this request. But we've got to look at all of it and balance it, and what's the best interest, not just of Marvin Creek, not just of one particular resident, but all the residents of Marvin.
Okay. Well, we will do our best. Until then, as I stated before, the studies will continue until you guys, or unless you guys tell me otherwise. So I will try to have that information back by the next meeting, but I'm just level setting expectations that it may not be until the next meeting, unfortunately. Any other comments? Is everybody good with that? Okay. The Marvin Branch Stream Flow Rehabilitation Assistance Program. So if you all remember, we adopted a resolution to exempt us from engineering services a couple of months ago. We have actually done the complete opposite. We are going out for bidding or qualifications on this project. They changed around some of their funding requirements that we can basically separate two different vendors for creating the construction documents on the front end and then to the administration on the back end. So those bids are, or those qualification requests are out right now. I think the ending date is November 14th, if I remember correctly. So we'll have it back to you all in a matrix to pick an engineer or two engineering firms for that project. So just wanted to let you know, in case you saw the qualifications that are listed out there, that we actually are doing the qualifications. Any questions on that?
Yes. Do we have Marvin Branch or Marvin Creek? That's the main subdivision that this goes through, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Do we have their permission?
So I did ask Milan in an email last week that if any of this was going to affect our ability to enter that property. He did not answer me yes or no. He said he would assess it and get back to me.
Okay, because I think we need to know
Yeah.
that if we have.
There's other
permission.
portions of Marvin Branch, so if Marvin Creek does not want to be a part of this group, or this project, we can reallocate that funding to
Okay.
Elysian Fields, Saddle Avenue, I don't know the name, Marvin Estates.
I know Canterfield Creek is needing some help also.
We can't reallocate it to a different
Okay.
stream, but we can reallocate it within segments of that, so.
All right. Thank you.
That's all, and that's all I have.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Next up, we have clerk and communication.
Okay, really quick. Your November communications list is in your agenda packets, pretty standard stuff. Friendship Tree is starting next week. We're already promoting that. Kids with Council is at the end of the month. We're promoting that. Tree lighting, I just got that information from Tyler. We'll be promoting that through the next month. Election Day, some school closures, Veterans Day, WUMA, meetings, Thanksgiving, pretty standard stuff. If there's anything that you guys want me to add to this list, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to proceed. There you go. That's all I got.
We do have just a quick, what's the date set? November for the, what?
Spit it out.
No, the kids coming, second grade.
Coffee with Council, it's on. Kids with Council, it's on there.
No.
Oh, well,
It's November 7th.
yeah, but that's not open to the public. It's
Well,
not
it's-
like a public meeting.
Okay, just wanted to, all right. I just wanted to get the date straight, okay. Next up, planners report.
All right, got 4 items that want to get updates or some guidance on. First being the Marvin Heritage District Master Plan. If you guys recall, during going through budget and everything earlier this year, we were discussing hiring a consultant to do a master plan for the Heritage District. Prior to or after the fact that it was included in the budget, we got a rezoning submittal on top of have a few others. So in short, I'm looking for a little guidance here from council if we still want to proceed on going through with a master plan. I've already been working on a RFQ for that. It's kind of unclear depending on how these developments, if approved on top of the other submissions that I'm expecting. Just wondering if it's worth, if council thinks that we should still move forward with it, or if we should reallocate those funds. Just want to get a little guidance.
What's changed that you're asking?
I'll just paraphrase it real fast. In short, the master planning document was for us to kind of figure out a picture of how the master plan was going to look. How many sidewalks, what they were going to look like, light poles, streetscape, kind of the whole 9 yards of the plan. As you all know, in any master planning document, it takes nearly a year to accomplish it based on public input, getting, survey specs, all of that stuff. So what he's basically saying is that you've got 2 people that have submitted for, or that are on the verge of submitting any day now for development, which basically already takes into account what it's going to look like, and y'all will go through that process as a part of their rezoning. So while they're gonna concurrently be going on, is it worth us spending, $40,000, $50,000 on a plan when we're already going through it with 2 of the major developments?
But, we're just talking about SEPSA, right?
So you have currently 1 approved commercial project. You have another one that will be, the public hearing will be in November. And then you have the 2 other properties, the property here next door, as well as the Fincher property that have been in, that I've had meetings with throughout the year regarding submission. And so I do know for a fact one of them is going to be submitting within probably the next 2 or 3 months, the rezoning application. So with that being said, that's just where looking for a little guidance. Like I said, it still is something that I think could be beneficial. We just may have to kind of change the scope or what we're looking to get fully out of it. Or we can reallocate that to either another plan. David and I have talked about stormwater. So just open for discussion.
Okay, so let me rewind 3 years ago when we were talking about this Heritage District and how it's going to be developed and all that. Am I mistaken, or do I remember that we decided at that time we were not going to do a master plan for this, that this was going to be organically grown and that it was going to be dictated by the developers of each site?
We may have, but then we revisited,
We
and
did, because the master plan would also go into further detail with looking at like infrastructure improvements that may be needed, i.e. water, sewer, stormwater road improvements, as well as even getting further in if we want to really get that design vision locked in further. Because right now, we have those example imagery in the small area plan that we reference, as well as kind of the material and so on, but really kind of get that vision more concrete in the master plan, as well as even then further in that vision for the long-term improvements that Christina was mentioning regarding, lighting, sidewalk, just in other public amenities throughout the area.
Well, I mean, from my standpoint, I kind of did like the idea of not getting in too deep into it, but I also understand that there is importance to have some planning to the common areas. For instance, the streetscape and such, the amenities that would be provided by the municipality, that we're gonna have to go in there and we're gonna have to do some streetscapes and stuff that's gonna tie this all together. So I think that from my standpoint, some planning to a limited extent should be done. I don't wanna go and try to create the entire thing. I think that we should be limited to a certain scope.
Okay.
Basically just tying the whole thing together, because I think that a little bit more of the people developing it should be in control of that aspect of it, but I think that our role is how to bring it all together. And I do believe that the infrastructure such as water, sewer, and stuff should be considered in that, because that is one of those connecting things, if you will, whatever.
With that being said, what I can do is finish up the scope, kind of like the outlining what we'd be looking for in the master plan, and present that either at the November meeting or November work session, and go ahead and try to then get, what? No November work session. Okay. Because the goal, if we're going to move forward with it, is I would want to get quotes and then get this project basically started at the first of the year. So I'll start working on that, as well as in, I guess, we may need a committee, or we can just delegate that to the planning board. Okay. Then that works. Does that sound good with council?
Does everybody, does anybody disagree with that?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Okay, the second item is during the planning board meeting this month, one of the planning board members brought to our attention about, or requesting basically for council to consider doing street lighting along Marvin Road, similar to the roundabouts. Just want to, once again, doing my job by bringing it to your guys' attention, and that's something that, once again, if you want staff to look further into or to look at and work with Union Power, we can do that, or we can just, I can inform them that it's not something that we want to consider at this time.
I don't like streetlights to begin with, period, and I think it creates a lot of light pollution, which is contrary to what we've been trying to do. So I understand the aspect in the roundabouts of having the lighting for safety reasons, but beyond that, we're not an urban area here. We're very suburban.
How far up Marvin from the roundabout do they want to go, all the way to the?
It was unclear. All the request was saying that there's dark areas along Marvin Road that they thought should be lighted.
Is that a DOT issue?
No, it would be similar to the roundabouts. DOT is not going to probably install lights. That would be something that the village would have to work with Union Power to do, and then we would be on the hook for the cost of the lighting.
We would likely have to do another photometric plan with DOT. If you recall, we had to do it with the roundabouts, and it took like a year.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, if there's going to be a roundabout at Joe Carr, there's probably going to be lighting there as well, correct? So do we need to do, because to Andy's point, when they changed on the Mecklenburg side as you're coming down Marvin Road, and all of a sudden all those lights went up, it just became a landing site, which we're a rural community.
We also, we would have to pay, I don't know if you said this, you may have, but we would have to pay for the cost of the lights as well. I want to say, just for the roundabouts, we're spending $3,000 to $5,000 a year on those.
Yeah, Unless it makes sense. I know in our neighborhood, right, our neighborhood pays for our own streetlights, but only at particular important intersections, you know? So if it is a safety thing like the roundabout or a particular intersection, those are the places I can see it. But I think other than that, most residents within Marvin don't want streetlights all over the place.
Along Firethorn, number 2 hole, is, we have uplighting for that brought in a little ambient lighting. It's nothing offensive or anything, but then now we're out of between, we get that roundabout, Firethorn, and then whatever other communities with their entrances. I think that's just, I don't think we need any more. The opinion of one.
I will I'll let them know. All right, next item, so just another reminder that the Marvin Loop Community Meeting will be next Thursday here at Village Hall. So the Marvin Loop project, we're required to have a open public meeting, like open house basically, for any resident or non-resident, I mean, basically anybody who wants to come and learn about the project, ask questions, provide feedback. That will be here at Village Hall on Thursday, November 7th, from 5 to 7. And the consulting engineer, Dewberry, would like to, there's really 2 options in for council. Originally, they proposed to have a special meeting with you guys right after to basically solicit your feedback directly or give thumbs up, thumbs down on the proposed routing. Or with the council meeting being the next week, I can just have them either come or present it remotely and get that feedback then.
Do it at the November 12th meeting.
Okay? But I would encourage council or, any residents listening online to come and learn about the project and come to that meeting.
Austin, are we going to have a potential quorum?
If
At the
we end
public
up
meeting.
with too many council people at that meeting, it could constitute a quorum.
We are, right now, we're telling you.
Potential.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was planning to be there.
I'd like to be there.
All right. Any questions on that?
Nope.
All right. Final thing. Just a FYI, Bjorn emailed me yesterday. They have received the way that they do it, it's a rezoning request, but the property's already been rezoned. But it's the little triangle piece, parcel that's by the Morningstar, there off Tom Short, where you have the pool and the storage, and then that little triangle piece, basically that there's a rezoning for, I think, a 12,000 square foot medical office space. Just want to make you guys aware, I believe that it's going to their land use board in November. I can get you guys a copy of this site plan and stuff, and if there's any comments or anything that we want to do on our end, we can submit that to the county prior to the commissioners hearing the request.
And that's what you submitted in your, that's what we're looking at here, the 12,000. Yeah, right. I got that.
Thank you, Austin. I didn't.
They're really shoving that building and parking lot in there, huh?
So the property, that was all one development. It was approved as a plan unit development. So that parcel was already approved for that zoning, for that use and like that size building. However, part of the conditions of their PUD is basically, it's still like, I guess the design / the site plan still had to go through the rezoning process. So it's kind of weird because it's in a way already been approved. So I'm not sure how that really impacts, but Bjorn did tell me to, let him know if we have any comments or concerns or, just any feedback. So if council wants to, like I said, either give me a call, come by, or text me if you have any concerns. And like I said, if we want to do any type of resolution or anything, we can definitely, staff can prepare that for the November, December meeting.
So, I'm trying to wrap my head around exactly where this is.
You know where the storage facility is? When you're going into Marvin Creek and the pool's right there? You know that little teeny tiny parcel that's right there?
Okay.
Where their sign is? That's that.
Okay.
Just beyond the bridge there.
Correct.
I know where it is. It's not a very big space.
Basically, a lot of that's the creek.
Yep.
And their access is
It's-
from Ray Road?
That's right there.
Okay. In and out.
The parcel. No, I mean, it is a county decision, but like I said, any comments, concerns, we can definitely at least let the county know. I don't really know what the outcome would be.
I mean, I'm with Wayne, I'm concerned about the creek being there, and I'm concerned about the bridge. Like, with all of that construction right there, like.
Well, it's on the opposite side. So if you're pulling into Tom Shore Extension where the bridge is at, and you turn left in the parking lot, you have the pool, and then the storage, I think it's on the backside towards Hunter Oaks, like right off of Ray Road.
That's the
Oh, it's there, it's not there.
Correct.
Oh, I thought it was there. Oh,
No,
that's
that's where I
still a
thought it
teeny
was.
tiny parcel too, though. Okay. I like that better than where I thought it was. I mean, I don't like it at all, but I think it's a teeny tiny parcel, but
Wait, this is the,
that's the storage facility, that's the pool, so it's gonna be here. So
oh,
it's- I thought it was here.
I did too.
Parking,
Yeah.
I mean, how many
Oh, my geez.
park? Because
It's on the site, I don't have the site plan in front of me.
Okay. Thank you, John.
There is a parking calculation, but I can get that information as well as have the county just notify me on the date so council can be aware of when it's going to, like I said, their boards as well as the commissioners, as well as anybody in the public that is interested in potentially going and speaking either for or against that project at the county. Any questions on that? That is all I got,
I have
unless,
a question. The verbal easement we have with the townhouses of Audrey, are you doing any work on that? other than-
it's on the agenda here in a little bit, the contract for the construction. So
this isn't
Okay. Oh, I'll bring this up when you talk about it again.
okay, yeah.
So, something's wrong, just because of, if this is Ray Road on the bottom,
It's the access, yeah, that is right, what he showed you, if you're looking at, that's the extension, it's not Ray Road. It's at the bottom.
okay, that's not Ray Road. Okay, I was told that was Ray Road.
We'll extend
That couldn't
the-
be.
The access
Yeah.
road that comes off of Ray, that it fronts to.
Oh, that, okay, all right, we're good. All right. That was not a very clear.
Site plan.
Okay. Any other
Yeah.
questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Event planning report. Tyler, what you got?
So we just had trick or treat on Friday. We had 13 vendors out there, a ton of people. Everybody that came had a real good time. All the vendors gave out tons of candy. We showed a movie afterwards. We had a pretty good turnout for the movie, probably between 30 and 50 people stuck around and stayed pretty late with us. We had a bounce house. We had some crafts inside the barn. The Public Works guys did a great job parking everybody. We crammed a ton of cars in there. So that went really well. Coming up, we will have the Friendship Tree running through the month. So to really start being available, hopefully on Monday, I've been in contact with the Christmas Bureau. They've had a few problems because I think they kind of shifted some focus to like Western North Carolina last month. And so they should be sending me the list of names Monday, our contact says. So, but we got the tags ready. We're ready to type the names in and get everything rolling as soon as we get them. That'll run through,
So you don't have the names yet?
right, no one does
And you
yet.
don't think that we're gonna get them until Monday?
Right,
So maybe we need to put something out that says tags will not be available Monday, because right now it says November 1st, which is Friday, which we're not open to the public anyway.
right, so
But if we don't
Monday.
have them until Monday at some point, people are rolling in, they're gonna get frustrated, because they're
Yep.
gonna be like, well, I'm here for the names, give me the names, and we're not gonna have them, so.
Yeah, and we'll update, this is fresh info, hot off the press right now.
Okay.
But yeah, and that'll run until the first week of December. And then December 7th, we'll have the tree lighting event. That'll be at the barn, at the park, from 5 to 7 on Saturday, December 7th. We'll have Santa Claus, hot chocolate, cookies. You can write letters to Santa. We'll have a mailbox to send them off. We got Marvin Ridge High School Band, the choir. The choir is going to come at about 5:15 and sing until about 5:30. And as they wrap up, we'll light the tree at 5:30, 5:35-ish. Once it's dark enough that we can light it, we'll light it as early into the event as we can. The band is scheduled to show up about 6 o'clock to play. And then the rest of the evening, it'll just be hanging out, pictures with Santa and all that good stuff. The only thing after that coming up is on January 24th, weather pending, could be the 25th, we will do a second stargazing event out at the park with our ambassador from NASA, Dr. Abbas. So you'll see us sign up for that near the end of December. So, any questions?
Yes. I was not aware of this till I was at the trick or treat, that last year we had so many people that the deputies were tempted to shut us down because we only had one access into the park. Since that time, I've spoken with Tyler, I've spoken with Davey and Christina. There is, on the back side where we removed the bamboo forest, there appears to be an old entrance there, farm entrance, and we're going to look at that if it's available, that we could do a little work and have an emergency exit. Because looking at it, the discussion came up that even if we had a major accident at the gate, we wouldn't be able to get in and out of it. So we really need that for safety reasons. So we're going to look at that also.
Does that exit to Walden Pond?
No, it goes right on the,
No, it's where that old trailer used to be when the park first.
I'm trying to think. I know there's an old gate on that back side there, but I'm trying
It's
to
right on
remember where.
Newtown Road.
It goes on to Newtown?
Yes.
Okay.
It's that path, if you went to the cottage garden and then took a right, it's kind of right in the corner there. And it was an old farm access to where that trailer used to be when we first bought the park.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. If we can utilize it, it makes
Well, that's-
total sense as an emergency exit.
That's what Davey's going to look forward to see, if we can, then, give us, try to figure out what talking about the cost.
Davey, would that cross the current path that runs up there parallel to Newtown?
It would essentially that path would have to be widened for a short period, for a short distance, because the thought process would be to attach it, connect it to the upper parking lot.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. There's a power pole nearby on Newtown Road. We just have to see how much space there is to coordinate that.
Got it.
Okay? Good. Cool.
All right, thank you, Tyler. Moving on, coffee with council debrief. Who's got that?
Wayne, I'll let you take that. I've got the show and tell. You tell.
We had a scout and his mother. They came out of he had like a lot of them, he needed to go to a government meeting type, so we made him come. We had two residents of Amber Meadows. They came and talked to, he left on us. They had a map of where the verbal trail is going to be in the town of Audrey and the back part of it. Their concern was the trail in itself. My concern is that it shows that where we have intent to spend money on non-marble property. And that would be a major problem. Here's Hunter. The map that we have that shows the proposed trail or verbal trail on the property of Audrey. one of the questions is that, how close are we to getting that in writing?
So there's actually an item on the agenda. I think it's a new business,
Okay.
or maybe it's unfinished business, I'm sorry.
To answer your question, though, it's signed.
It's unfinished business number 5.
It is,
Yeah.
okay.
I did want to mention something real quick, and I'm not sure this came up in Coffee with Council, but I know that it was brought up to me by a resident yesterday, that they had a question.
About the cemetery?
No, but there was a question about a star on,
Yeah.
did that resident come?
Yes.
Okay.
She was one
So,
of them.
This.
yeah, I know what that is. So as I heard this information from a resident, I identified what that was. And it's in our master plan. I honestly have no clue what that star is. It says,
I can speak to,
okay, it says proposed potential park acquisition, which you can speak to that. But I will say that to ease residents' mind, I assume this is a pocket park in some area close to Amber Meadows, but you can speak to that in just a second. Whatever this is, y'all have had no discussions about this on the horizon in the last several years, so it's not in the capital improvement plan. We'll let you speak, because
so this kind of predates me, but when Pulte bought that property for development, there was conversations because that land was unusable. The previous planner and then some that I inherited was talking with Pulte to potentially, one, originally get this easement for this trail, but then two, donate that portion for a potential passive park. However, going back and forth with Pulte, and basically when I stepped in, they were finishing the development. They said they would leave it up to the HOA. That was, at that point, I believe I even came and discussed that with council probably about a year and a half ago. And we were just more focused on getting the trail easement first and then potentially further in those conversations. But at this time, yeah, there's been nothing, as well as, once again, that is owned by the Townsend Audrey HOA. So I don't think that's anything in our plans any further.
So, okay, but, okay. So,
the second question you have, though, if you want to just hold that until unfinished 5,
okay. That's
that works for
fine.
you.
Do that. All right. Had 2 people, residents from Amber Meadows, and I guess Bob said he's going to take the verbiage and tell us about what they talked about. We did some of that, about the trail, the proposed pocket park, which Christina just corrected. Also, on it, that we had, each of them had a complaint about the noise from Andy's area. She had a recording from her back porch that was loud. You listened to it. And there was other people in there that had called the sheriff's department. And so they were making complaints, and this is a weekend now because of school, but when it's not a weekend, then it is it's usually loud about every night during the summer. The sheriff does not patrol it. They said it's private property. They will come if you call, basically. Do you have anything else to add?
No, that was essentially it. So they really have the 3 things. The one was the pocket park, one was the trail going along Union County as opposed to being funded by Marvin, and of course the disturbance that's going on. Now it seems to be a regular nightly thing, they're saying.
Are you going to talk about Christine, you going to talk about the proposed grave sites, or?
I'm not going to talk about it. I did
Okay.
make Hunter aware of it, and so any plans that we would have to proceed with a trail in that area would be communicated to an engineer. But the item that he's going to be referring to doesn't have any connection to that
Okay.
area where I think the area in which you're talking about where the potential grave sites are located are more along if there's ever a connection from the Andes area over to Amber Meadows.
Well, I had new information this morning. she thinks it's right on the Tullamore, Audrey Creek boundary line in the area that they consider as where to put the trail area.
Okay, that's news to me. And how does this individual know there's,
It was in Mecklenburg County's records, and then since that time, that has been recorded in the state as possible gravesite of Union soldiers or at that point in time.
okay,
It's,
interesting.
that was other discussions, as I said, I said this morning, there was a late email last night that I got this morning.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do with that information. Let me, yeah, I don't know. Let me look into that.
Okay. That's all I have about that.
Okay. Next up, we have the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda
As amended, so moved.
as amended. All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Yeah, we're going to take a quick little bio break here for 5 minutes, if you would.
All right, let's go. Unfinished business. Number 1, consider approval of community survey questions. Austin.
All right, so as you know, we've been working with a resident for probably the past, I'd say 6 months or so at this point, maybe a little longer, on a new community survey. We would do sometime in the coming months. We've been going back and forth on questions for a while. We've had multiple meetings. This is where we stand. The draft questions are in your agenda packet. We're at 30, roughly. We added a few more recently just to really encompass our communications, trying to get feedback on those. So I hope you've had a chance to review. I'm just looking for feedback here. Are you good with these questions? Do we want any changes? If so, what are you looking for? And
Well-
then really, then we would move towards a contract with Central Lina to distribute the survey.
Okay, well, I'm definitely not ready to do that because we've asked Parks Rec and Greenway to kind of take a look at their master plan, and I would like to incorporate some of their questions that they're coming up with and add it to the survey. So I'm in zero position to do a contract with Central Lina. Yeah, it's cold in here, Jill.
Hey, Austin, on one that I picked up on, question number 11, where would you be interested in seeing deputies at critical
Yeah.
intersections? And it says yes or no, so we need to just,
Where?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's still,
I
that's left as
saw
a yes
that
or
one
no
too.
question, so we can definitely fix that. Made a note of that, thank you.
So, I mean, I would like to get some feedback from Parks Rec and Greenway.
I think, I know what it is, that's supposed to just be would you, not where would. Yeah, so we'll fix that. And yes, Parks Rec and Greenway are gonna start going through the master plan at their next meeting. And at that time, they can start providing questions if they have
Yep,
them.
that's fine, but we need to wait for them.
So let me just ask one quick question. If we're going to go through potentially a new master plan, which it kind of sounds like maybe y'all are leaning towards that after PRG gets some more feedback, because typically what we've done in the past is we've used some of the survey data to create the master plan. So would you rather us bring the survey back up, like maybe in spring, to give them time to go through the master plan to figure out how we're going to
Yeah.
potentially? Okay.
I had just one comment too. In the opening line, it says, please keep in mind that all projects in the village of Marvin may require a tax increase as the village is currently operating with an 8-cent tax rate. And the only thing I would say is that we're also looking at not just necessarily what we do with tax increases, but it can be reprioritizing, existing funds within the budget. So I don't know that all projects is the right term there, or
That wasn't-
something with the wording just seems a little weird about that to me, because we're saying any project that's really disgusting in this thing will, whereas we're also looking to understand what the
It says-
prioritizations are, even with the current
But it
tax
says
dollars.
may require. The resident wanted a specific tax rate increase on every single question, so this was our compromise.
The
So
objective behind the statement is to make sure that people understand that no project
it's
is
not free.
Okay.
And it only
So
says
if you
may
don't like the
require, it doesn't say
verbiage,
will.
then we can work on it.
Yeah, the
If
only,
there's-
I don't know that everything here requires a tax increase, whereas
So
that
let's just,
says
instead of all,
projects.
say some. But I mean, at some point, we just need to say that this is not free. Like your tax dollars will go to these projects, one way or the other, whether it's a tax increase or current tax dollars.
I just took out the word all, so it just
Okay.
says keep in mind.
Yeah,
no
I
projects.
just didn't want all, because that kind of makes it think that,
Yep.
yeah.
So pending no other feedback, we will bring this back to you all in the spring after PRG has had a chance to fully go through their master plan and provide any questions.
Yeah, I mean,
that
I
you
would
have.
say like late spring, like April, May. Thank you.
any other questions on that? Next up, consider any contract with Center.
We can skip that one.
You can
Put
skip
that one on
that one.
hold.
Okay. Next up, we have consider authorizing the village finance director to invest idle funds in North Carolina Capital Management Trust.
Haven't we already done that?
No, you guys told her not to do that before.
Hello. Okay, so just as a refresher, spring of 2023, Christina and I brought to council a proposal for y'all to invest in the North Carolina Capital Management Trust. That was back when we were in budget season and we were looking to raise additional revenue by getting a better return on our money than we get through a traditional bank. At that time, y'all had lots of questions about the security and the risk of this money. The honest truth is, back then, we were under a time crunch, and I wasn't educated enough about the trust to be able to answer your questions in a way that would assuage your concerns then, and we had a time crunch for budget. So we went a different route. We purchased a bunch of CDs with our idle funds, staying below that $250,000 FDIC insurance limit to keep the money safe and secure. Now, fast forward almost 2 years, going through my certification process for government finance officer, I am able now to really address some of the concerns that you had about investing in this trust. So hopefully you all had time to look at the attachments that were in your packet, because it probably, hopefully, should have assuaged some of your questions and concerns that we weren't really able to assuage last time. But I'm up here just to answer questions if you guys have more. What I will tell you is that currently, to date, 90% of local government, municipalities, and counties are invested in the North Carolina Capital Management Trust. I also met with every finance director of WUMA recently, with the exception of Mineral Springs, because their mayor acts as their finance person. But all of us met and sort of shared resources on this. Everyone is investing in it except for us in Wesley Chapel. Wesley Chapel, she just brought the same information that I gave to you, I gave to her. She took it to her council and just got their approval to invest as well. So it is 100% safe. The money is 100% secured, and it would be a good use of additional idle funds that we continue to have. It's liquid, and the other thing is that North Carolina Capital Management Trust is the only mutual fund that is approved by state statute for local governments to invest in. They are the only ones. So if you guys have questions about the information that I gave you, I would love to answer them.
So how much money did we make on the CDs last year? How much money did we
We
invest?
exceeded our goal. We invested $1.8 million during fiscal year 23 to 24. We had hoped to make 75,000. We exceeded that. We were over 80-something thousand. So maybe pushing in on 90, or I don't know off the top of my head. I remember giving you those numbers at the retreat last year, but we exceeded the goal. And those are, we still have those. We still have those CDs invested. We're still earning that return. The return has dropped slightly. It went from averaging like 4.6%, just a slight drop as interest rates have changed in the economic market, but they're still doing great and still performing. But we have additional idle funds that are sitting in our Fifth Third Bank. Now, after basically I had to go spend 3 or 4 days up at the School of Government for an intensive on cash management and investing, and came back from that powered with the knowledge to really address some issues at our bank. So they were only giving us an interest rate of 0.3% on our money. So I was able to negotiate with them to get 3.3%, which took our interest payment that we were getting from like around $400 a month to now it's up to $3,400 a month of interest that our money is earning for us. So that being said, that's a huge improvement, and that's great. 3.3 is a far better rate of return than the 0.3 that they were giving us. But the reality is we can get over 4 and pushing in on 5 by going into the North Carolina Management Trust. So I'm not suggesting that I move everything in, but essentially they sort of trained us on the Government Finance Officer Association, GFOA, which pretty much sets the standards for all local governments and counties on everything from cash handling to everything finance related. They are the standard. And so they're sort of training us on how to not have a bunch of money just sitting in our checking account where it's not going to earn anything for us. It's really not needed. As you know, there are periods of time where we are very cash heavy, and then we have to sort of make that money last until we get our next big kind of chunks of tax revenue come in. So they're sort of teaching us how to identify through cash flow analysis how much money we need to keep in our checking, and whatever we don't need, we might as well put it in the trust and let it start earning us money, knowing it's liquid, and in 24 hours, I can pull from it and have it back in my bank account at any time. So that's a requirement of the statute. I'm sorry?
Is there a penalty with pulling it out?
No, there's no, it doesn't cost me anything to put in, doesn't cost me anything to take out, and it is completely liquid. So why change what we're doing is probably a question, like what's wrong with the CDs? There's nothing wrong with the CDs, but this would be a better investment strategy because it's a pooled mutual fund, and it just broadens what we are allowed to invest in. So we're not just stuck investing in CDs. We can invest in treasury bills and other securities that are allowed by state law for local governments to invest in. And this particular trust, being the only one approved by the North Carolina Assembly, but also certified by the local government commission, they know exactly which securities we are allowed to invest in, and they have to get recertified every single year that they are on top of that. And they're staying within the guidelines of the state law.
So,
What's the rate of return?
So the rate of return on that is, it varies, of course, but it has been averaging 4.7 to up to 5 on the portfolio as a whole.
And I'm
Obviously,
reading- I'm
individual
reading the-
investments will perform differently.
I'm reading the yield, you have a 1-day yield, 7-day yield, and a 30-day yield. So does that preclude you from being able to get to that funds if we did the 30-day yield to get the 4.8?
No, and that's because it's pooled. I don't have to wait for investments to reach a certain maturity age before I can pull our money out. We don't have to wait. We can put it in and pull it out at any time. It's just the fund as a whole they're constantly buying and selling at different days and times, and money's coming in and out. So, and then another fun fact is Christina and I were recently looking into debt set-off. It's not something that we have needed right now or recently, but would be something that we would need if we had to personally go after individuals who owed the village money. And there's a way to have North Carolina Department of Revenue kind of garnish any tax return they would get and send it to us. And it was interesting as I was researching what we would need to do to set that up. They will only do that if you have an account with North Carolina Capital Management Trust. That's who they filter the money through. So that was just an interesting side note, which doesn't mean we have to be investing, but we would need to create an account. And we've had an account with them in the past that has since gone dormant, and it probably was exactly for that purpose. It was probably for debt set-off back when we were collecting taxes for ourselves and not the county.
So are we currently staggering CDs with different maturity dates so we know we always have the access to a certain amount of them without having penalties? Or how are we handling that with the CDs right now?
So we're in a similar setup when it comes to the CDs, where we are pooled into a product called IntraFi, and although they do purchase CDs and maintain them for certain periods of time, that money is pretty liquid as well. If I needed it, I could have access to it, not quite as quickly, no penalties or anything like that, but yes, they are managing all of that. We have Pinnacle Bank, which Councilman Dethridge made that connection for us with them. So through their IntraFi product, they're basically farming out chunks of our idle funds in $250,000 increments, and they're getting all different kinds of banks from all over the country to offer us rates and returns on that money. So all of them are FDIC insured, so the money is protected, but what I don't love about it is it could be any bank, basically. It could be like a small town bank, medium-sized bank, or it can be a big national bank. The only thing it can't be is a bank that we already have other funds invested in, because that $250,000 FDIC insurance is per bank. It's not per account. So obviously, like Fifth Third is on our exclusion list. We cannot invest in any CDs of theirs, because then my money in the bank would not be, it would hit that maximum. So
do you want to leave the money in the CDs?
yeah,
So we're going to leave the money
For now, yeah.
And then how much money do you want to invest in this trust? What's our idle funds?
well, so our idle funds currently is it's well over $1 million. It's probably 1.3 that's sitting in the savings account at the moment. I would not take all of that, of course, but it's how much we have invested will likely change from month to month. So what they recommend is once I hit that baseline of this is how much I would like to never let our checking account go below, which is just based on cash flow in and out and a 12-month analysis, which I've already done. So I feel comfortable leaving $150,000 at all times in the checking account, never going above or below it. Obviously, it is going to go above as deposits are hitting the bank account. So they recommend at the close of each month that whatever you have in excess, you fire off to them. And then again, if you close a month out, when I close the books, if we've dropped below 150, I simply ask them to send me back what I need to raise myself back up. So I haven't arrived at a number yet, Kim, and that's partly because the department heads and I are just starting to make payments on some of our matching grants where we have to front the money and get reimbursed. So this is like a good test for us to see how long it takes them to reimburse us the money. So once I have a better understanding of that, I will decide how much I'm comfortable putting in. But we will invest at a level that leaves enough cash flow to cover all the bills and all of the grants that we're fronting up front. But also, I'm obviously not fronting all of it at the same time. So I don't really have a number yet. I'm not necessarily asking for a particular dollar amount. I'm just asking for the approval
Yeah,
to move forward with investing in them.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just
Yeah.
wondered about how much we were
The
gonna.
North Carolina Capital, it's multiple accounts that are 250, or how does that work?
Nope, that is through Intrafi, which is with Pinnacle Bank. North Carolina Capital Management Trust is going to be a mutual fund. It's going to be mostly treasury bills and other U.S. government-backed securities.
And it's
So-
secure past 250?
Yes, so that's the thing. What I couldn't answer for you last time is I knew it was 100% risk-free, but I really couldn't explain how and why. The reality is that the same U.S. government that is paying out FDIC insurance on our CDs is the same U.S. government that is guaranteeing their own treasury bills. So the best answer for this is the only way that our investments in U.S. treasury bills would ever default and that money would ever be lost, it would have to be a catastrophic Great Depression level economic meltdown. It would literally take that, because if they can't back their own treasury bills, they're not going to be able to back FDIC insurance either. That's going to be gone. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of work for staff to constantly be moving money and stuff like that, or something for you. So I would be fully in favor of moving towards the North Carolina Capital to what you're comfortable with, if you're saying.
Yeah, it makes sense for a small unit like us because they're really doing the heavy lifting. I'm just sending them my surplus funds and letting them invest it. They're keeping on top of the statutes and what changes and what gets approved. They have investors that are managing this fund, and they have target rates of return. They're keeping an eye on the market. I don't have time to do all that. So I could, as a finance officer, just invest on my own and go out there and purchase my own investments, but this is a much easier, faster, and safer route than me finding time to do it.
All right, do you want to vote?
Well, let me just ask this then. Okay, so you asked about how much money to put in, and you were talking about the savings account. I mean, if you have access to the cash within 24 hours, why wouldn't you just use it like a savings account? Because, I mean, the savings account isn't yielding the same amount of return. So, and if you have access to it within 24 hours, I don't know why you wouldn't just use it as, replace the savings account with the investment.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and you're not wrong. The reason I would keep the savings account and I would not get rid of it or drain it to zero would be, and this is extremely unlikely to happen. I don't see a scenario where this actually would happen. But if I ever felt like our checking account had dropped to a level and that I was uncomfortable with, and I knew I had payroll coming or what have you, I can do an instant transfer from savings to checking. So I'll never drain it to empty. I would probably, the same way I'm setting a threshold of like 150,000 in checking, I would probably have a threshold somewhere between 250 and 5, maybe closer to 250, sitting in savings. That literally is just there as a safety net in case I need to borrow from it or temporarily move funds. And this will be reevaluated. They recommend that I reevaluate annually my cash flow as things change, as our activities and our spending changes. So my thresholds may change from year to year, but yeah, I would definitely still keep savings just in case because it's instant. And then, but to your point, yes, because the trust is so liquid, I don't need to keep 2 giant buckets of money that are super liquid. But I would keep the savings just in case.
Do we need a vote on this?
I think there's a motion in there,
All right,
yes,
so
for you
I'll
to
make
just
a motion to
authorize me.
Authorize the village finance director to invest idle funds in the North Carolina Capital Management Trust.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Bob has left the room, so. I
Well, it's a
don't-
yes.
So you guys will start seeing this, Kim and Christina will start seeing it with Bank Rec once we get to that point, and you all will start seeing this on your treasurer's report the same way you see our Pinnacle Bank investments each month, okay?
Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And lunch is here, by the way.
Yeah, lunch is here, so we're going to break for lunch and then do a working lunch. If everyone's okay with that, grab, and we'll keep going. So we'll take a 5-minute recess for that. Grab our food and then come on back. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right. Moving on. This is information on update Village Hall Park rendering.
Yes. So I put them on a printout there in front of you. We had a design committee meeting probably 2 weeks ago where we had our engineer from Dewberry, Brian, met with us all. And we made a few changes, not changes, just more updates. And this rendering has a tree overlay of the lawn. You can see the shift that the lawn has made and the trail, how it kind of moved down the hill. The amphitheater kind of moved back and down a little bit. Pretty much, this was all in compliance. The design committee approved that they thought this could work. They're recommending this.
So
We
this
have
is-
se-
This encompassed Councilman Wortman's concerns at the last meeting. He was involved in that design committee meeting. They had some discussions about other components like landscaping, which we
Which
sent
we
to
aren't.
the architect or the engineer to encompass. But we're just showing you all this to move forward with the final concept design. We're not really asking for any changes. This is the changes that we felt we could take into consideration based on those conversations, and that's kind of where we're at.
So,
Real quick. So is the design sub-working group happy with these changes since you raised the tree issues and all of council agreed
right.
that we did not want to get rid of those
Yeah,
trees?
so let me just be clear. The council has been in 100% agreement with what I said at the meeting. It's not just me. We've all been very much a proponent of saving trees. And the redesign, I got to give it to Dewberry. They did a fantastic job in a very short notice on the redesign. The trees will now be protected and will be an integral part of this design at this point, and shifting the event lawn and the amphitheater stage and utilizing the trees as they'll be protected for the roots during the construction process, and they will be actually a place that you can sit under and enjoy the trees where there won't be any damage to the trees. They'll be an integral part of this, and this design is so much better, and I'm very, very happy with it personally, and I'll stand behind this design 100%. So I think that the rest of council probably can agree as they're looking at the design in front of them that this can really work very, very nicely, be a very nice asset.
Well, thank you to your design group and for
They're
you to
awesome.
bringing it up.
They're
Thank
awesome.
you guys for working really hard on that, and Dewberry for getting these changes in so quickly.
And you're comfortable with, because all of the clearing that has to happen here, it's not going to impact the root structure as they're doing the clearing? You're comfortable with that?
So
Thin dotted line.
in the engineering notes, there are going to be very strict guidelines as far as the clearing, and anything that is done within the drip line of the trees will be done by hand, no equipment. They will be cordoned off, so there'll be no equipment on any of those roots that are sensitive. And then there will be mulch placed in those areas. There will be no turf. It'll only be mulched in those areas. So it'll be still usable, but
So-
there will not be any turf under those trees.
So we're going to bring back the actual RFP packet to you all before we send it out. So we just need to make sure we're double checking that your expectations are actually written down in that guidance document. So just keep that in mind when we come back. Just triple check it to make sure all that stuff is listed
That
there.
should be
Yeah.
So
January.
is that where we're going next?
Yes, yeah. So you will, so they're putting together, this is the concept plan. From this concept plan, they're putting in the entire packet, a lot more detail, including all your stuff that you just mentioned. We'll bring that back to you, all, I think, in January-ish.
January meeting.
We already have the RFP packet constructed with the language for a contractor to bid. We're just waiting on this final construction document to be put together, so we'll kind of merge all that in place, and we'll just make sure when that RFP packet is created, everything that you just mentioned is listed in those notes to make sure they're encompassed.
The design committee came up with a few other things that don't necessarily have to apply right here, but there were some other things that were aha moments for us that we kind of put together, so that was submitted to Dewberry as well. It has to do with ADA access and the trail and stuff that goes around the park, so some good things that we learned after the meeting. Actually, we walked out there and physically put eyes on it. That made a lot of things make a lot of sense, so I think this is developing into a really, really good, very useful space, and I think it's going to be something that we can really be proud of. So.
And it'll share as a farmer's market too?
This isn't really designed as a farmer's market per se. This is more of a, like a passive, and then possibly for some events to be used out here. This can be, I mean, you could play Frisbee out here on the lawn. You can do, I mean, it can be used for a lot of things, but I think the farmer's market, maybe, I don't know, there may be some other ideas about the farmer's market, but.
You could probably do like a pop-up market where people
Could do
bring
s-
tents and.
Yeah. Some small things there, but I think we're kind of looking in another direction for the farmer's market for a different location, right? And maybe some other potential opportunities there, what makes more sense.
Any other questions? Yes. Thank you. All right, next up, we have consider entering contracts with Blue Ridge Trail Works for the construction of Tullamore Trail Phase 4 not to exceed $24,000 with the 10% contingency, and Carolina Wetland Services for a preliminary wetlands investigation, not to exceed $2,250 with a 10% contingency, and allow manager to execute contract, hiccups.
So, little background on this. This contract was originally approved back in, it was in last fiscal year's budget. At that time, we were in the process of working with the towns of Audrey and Amber Meadows on securing an easement to basically get the final portion of the Tullamore Trail and to connect with the Amber Meadows Trail. The village has secured an easement from the towns at Audrey through their common open space. It's approximately 350 feet. It literally just goes from the end of the Amber Meadows Trail and cuts the corner up towards the Tullamore property line. With that being said, the updated contract has, I believe, a little bit more additional costs just because of inflation, as well as the village doing the wetland delineation. The other part of this that council has to consider is that the full project is connect two village-maintained trails that are in the village of Marvin, but it does go through a portion of property that is not in the village of Marvin. And so that has to be, that's really mainly what this discussion's about. And if council wants to move forward with the project, then we would just need you to reapprove the contract.
Question, is there any part of the trail you're talking about not in Marvin?
Yes.
Then I vote to say that we cannot spend the money, because it's outside of Marvin. That was one thing that I was taught when I first came in here over 3 years ago. You do not spend any money outside of Marvin for anything.
And Wayne, this is what the citizens were talking about last night.
Yes.
So who told you this? Like, is it,
Her, you, Joe, Jamie, everybody. That's, to me, it was an unwritten rule that said we do not spend money outside of Marvin.
I think that it is, well, I can at least think of one project that we have been asked to do was totally outside of Marvin. This is connecting two trails within Marvin and going, what did you say, 300 feet?
Roughly 350 linear feet.
350 feet. to connect those two trails. That I don't have a problem with. I have a problem doing an entire project that is outside of the village limits. But if you guys aren't down for this, like, that's fine, but I don't have a problem with this.
Is the 300 feet the total length of the trail? What is the, that's just the piece that's in Union County?
Total length is 6, yeah. So the routing would basically, the Amber Meadows Trail begins at Tom Short, and it's roughly about maybe a quarter of a mile, and it just dead ends. Tullamore has their full trail network that currently ends at the paved sidewalk behind Walker's Bluff, one of the, I think it's, whatever the cul-de-sac is closest to Amber Meadows. So basically, this portion of the trail would come off that paved portion in Tullamore, wrap around their Tullamore's BMP, cut through the towns at Audrey, and then connect into Amber Meadows. Therefore, you would have a full continuous greenway network from Tom Short all the way to the entrance of Tullamore. I don't have that. I want to say it's approximately like 3 miles. I would have to go back and look, but you would have a full continuous loop for the greenway.
Yeah, I would say that with the way that Marvin is just constituted, we have all sorts of crazy lines and fingers, and, you know, we're talking about unincorporated Union County, which could potentially be a part of Marvin at some point. You know, I remember many years ago, there was a lot of question about the easement that we have at the chimneys of Marvin, because that one in particular, that entire easement is not within Marvin per se, even though we have an easement there. So I know there's been trepidation about that, but once again, that's an area that could potentially, you know, connect to areas that already are in Marvin. So I think we can take a little bit different look at that. We purchased the park, which at the time was not in Marvin and still isn't physically connected to the rest of Marvin, you know, so.
So one of the things I'll mention to you real fast, because we did some research and we were looking at this and an array of different things, is there's a public purpose. And one of the guiding principles that we found was that as long as the public purpose involves reasonable connection with convenience and necessity of a particular municipality, and the activity primarily benefits the public generally within that municipality, we feel like the public purpose is covered. But this is something that we will run by Chaplain one more time to make sure that we're all on the same page, that, I mean, we're legally able to do that. But I think the stance has been that the public purpose is because it benefits the Village of Marvin residents primarily. So that's kind of where we're going with that. We would not use PAL bill dollars for this project. It would be just general fund tax dollars.
I mean, there's certainly no connectivity to outside of the village with this.
Correct.
It just happens to go through.
And I will mention, Tyler and I have been, you know, furthering those conversations with the towns at Audrey HOA about potential annexation of their common open space. Because even one thing that was discussed when we were basically working on getting this easement was a connection from the trail to them. I told them at this time, like, obviously that's not something that, I mean, I kind of, based off your guys' stance, I don't think that was anything we were going to kind of consider. However, that is a further conversation with them, a potential negotiation way for them to annex in that property, because there is on the master plan, this portion is basically completing the C2, which is the Tullamore Trail in the master plan. There is a, I believe, C1, which is like the McBride Branch Greenway or something like that, that technically starts off of Ray Road and then cuts up behind all this. And so we could, over time, do a connection to the towns at Audrey from this portion of trail that wraps up into the townhomes. But all that's conceptual. It was a request by the HOA, and it's something that we, once again, we told them that we would continue, you know, discussing, as well as then furthering that conversation of annexing in.
I mean, the only way that I'm going to do or even consider doing some sort of connection is if they annex in. That's too much of a, like, that I can't wrap my head around. Yeah, that I can't.
That's the bottom line, Wayne, is that the public dollars that we are spending, that they directly benefit the Village of Marvin residents. That's the, in a nutshell. So if there's a little tiny segment of this trail that connects the entire project that might be in Union County, we're spending the tax money on the residents of Marvin. We're not spending it on an outside thing just because it's a little bit outside. And I would venture to say there's probably somewhere in this village that there is an easement out that's in the county, just because of the way that the property lines are cut up so much.
The other question I have, Pulte, there was a, Rohit had a map where it comes straight across, and then it angles up. It doesn't come down up on the property line and dog legs down to hit the property.
I don't know about that. This routing, like I said, this has been something that Tyler and I have been working on for probably, or at least me, over 2 years, and since Tyler's joined, we've met out there with Scott, we met out there with the towns at Audrey, we met out with the Amber Meadows HOA. In short, it's on the top side of McBride Branch, on top of it is in the floodplain, not in the floodway. The further you go, that creek starts cutting up, and so then there would be potential encroachments into the floodplain further, and even then the floodway. So the goal would be to then take it out and get it obviously as far away from the floodplain, and that's kind of what the routing is. It's basically it's the shortest, it's kind of the shortest distance, and then it would tie in, like I said, on the Tullamore property.
What Rohit had, where it come around, it came out of the floodplain through the higher point, it didn't go up the property line, then it came across. The reason that this was brought up the other night in the coffee with council is because with the dog leg, you put it closer to some homes. The other way that it was originally drawn puts it out away from the homes a lot more.
Like I said, the routing, this was based off of what we walked even with the towns, or with the Amber Meadows HOA last fall, I believe it was.
I will find one of Rohit's
Okay.
maps and I will bring it to you.
With all the recent discussions about trails in general, I will say, I personally took a really close look at this before letting him putting this on the agenda. And one of the things I did identify was that this particular project was not listed in the capital improvement plan for the year that we're currently in, which is one thing that I really try to, teach the public is typically when we talk about trails or conceptual things, it would be in a CIP in some way, shape, or form to be appropriated into the operating budget. So I asked a lot of questions and tried to figure out why it wasn't in there. To Hunter's point earlier, I'm just telling you guys just so you know, it was listed in the previous year's capital improvement plan, and because of all the back and forth that took place with taking so long to get this piece put in, we obviously thought it was going to be done way before now, and it was actually budgeted last year. It's just taken this long to get there. If you look back into the previous CIP, it's listed as Tullamore Phase 3, but it says C2, Tullamore Phase 3. And if you pull the Greenway Master Plan, C2 says Trail C2 extends around the Tullamore subdivision to the south side of the McBride Branch. So whatever reason, internally, we kind of separated it for phases, but it does say C2, and that was in the CIP in the previous year that was subsequently put in the operating budget. So I'm just letting y'all know
That we've already approved.
yes.
Okay, so you just need to approve the contracts now.
So, yeah, so you guys approved the contract originally, I think in June of last year. But once again, it may have even been further than that. But once again, the holdup on getting the easement, because that's when we were looking at routing options. We discussed that with Amber Meadows. We discussed it potentially just bringing it up and doing like a trailhead off the Tullamore property. And then it was just decided to keep working on trying to obtain this easement, and we just put the project on hold. So now that easement has been obtained. The HOA president for the towns at Audrey came and signed that yesterday. And so if basically council just needs to, staff's requesting that council reapprove this contract, because there is a little bit additional cost on top of doing the wetland delineation. And then we can then proceed with getting it routed, flagged with Scott, and begin that construction.
Have you that photograph of the lake? I do. Because he's got a photograph that the gentleman gave us that the part that is on Marvin behind Amber Meadows right now is under 2 to 3 feet of water. And that was in January. And it normally gets out any heavy, it doesn't just wash, it floods. I mean, it looks like a lake.
On the trail?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's, like I said, that's the first, I'll have to get with Davey and go look at that.
Well, it's big rain, and I mean, it,
So you're saying from last January? You mean when we had like catastrophic flooding in the
well,
village?
it's happened before over the years.
But it's not a sitting, it's not
No.
water sitting there? Okay.
We'll have Davey go out and look at it in his crew.
Again, the reason that we put trails in these areas is because they do flood. Like, we understand that. Like, we're not gonna put them through the middle of a neighborhood. People don't want that. So we've gotta find a place to put it, which is why we've gone round and round about these studies and things like that. So I don't have a problem putting it there.
So a couple other things Joe mentioned is just because of the timeline that this has taken to get to this point, I did, just as a courtesy, remind the Tullamore HOA and the Amber Meadows HOA sometime last week or even the week prior that this was going to be on an upcoming agenda, possibly even this one. So, and I even gave them a little map of the general area. I didn't hear back from either one of them.
Amber Meadows refused to pass it out to the individual people within the subdivision. They considered a pro-council type of communication to them, so they refused to do it.
Well, we sent it to them, and that's all we can do at that point.
I know.
And I did,
understand.
I did talk with the HOA president of Tullamore, and she was excited that this project's finally getting done.
Tullamore?
Yep.
Yeah, Tanya loves it.
And also, one thing I'll mention is, by the time this agenda was produced, we didn't have the wetlands. It will need a wetlands, as he mentioned. We will have to do a wetlands analysis. It was updated in your agenda packet. I don't see the exact, is the motion include the dollar amount? Okay. And it includes that dollar amount?
Yes,
$2,250.
with a 10% contingency.
Okay, thanks.
You just made a comment. I'm
No,
sorry.
I relayed a comment on
No, you said you communicated with Tullamore, and Tanya's happy about it.
Oh, I said,
Okay, no,
I didn't say I had to communicate. Well, she and I talked, I know she's happy with it
all right. Today,
today.
okay.
Not today, but
I hate to keep bringing up bad things. So Tanya is who?
She is the HOA president of
Okay.
Tullamore.
Next year, Tanya moves. Tanya is replaced by Jim Bob. Jim Bob comes in and goes, I want my easement back.
That's it, Bob.
Help me finish this thought. Because I'm sorry, but that's the world we live in right now, and that scares the hell out of me. Tanya is all for it. Tanya moves, Jim Bob comes in, and Jim Bob's like, nope, I don't like any of this. Now, Jim Bob, before Jim Bob moved in the neighborhood, should have, I'm assuming, that he looked at everything around his neighborhood before he closed on his house to see what's there and what's not there. What is coming, what could come, what is what, but because then once he signed that document, he knows what it is. So again, I'm not asking for anyone to finish this. Jim Bob comes in and says, I want it back.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to enter contracts with Blue Ridge Trail Works for the construction of Tullamore Trail Phase 4 not to exceed $24,000 and a 10% contingency, and a Carolina Wetland Services for a preliminary wetlands investigation not to exceed $2,250 with a 10% contingency, and allow manager to execute contracts. It's a good point, though, Jamie.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Nay? One nay.
Nay.
Two nays. Oh, I almost got this split vote. All right.
Real quick, is that a supermajority? Because it will involve a second reading if not. No, that is for. Okay, I think it involves expenditure of funds too. Even if it is, that is still a supermajority. Okay.
Okay. Moving on. Sorry. Discussion of Marvin Loop Trail repair options. Who's got this? Nays.
All right, as you may recall, back earlier this year, there were some discussions about the Marvin Loop Trail, the condition of some portions of it, having cracking issues. Areas had been raised due to tree roots and causing tripping hazards and all that. So staff had went out and marked that and then brought back some options to council, or there's some discussions around how to go about making repairs to this trail, and then maybe just providing options for resurfacing the entire length of the trail, which would essentially be from the Preserve neighborhood along Marvin School Road all the way around Joe Kerr Road and end up around Wheatfield Drive. Those ideas were kind of temporarily suspended because we were at the same time experiencing some flooding issues in a small portion of the trail. So we dropped back and had a stormwater study done for that area, which has been completed, and the work that had been recommended for that, the majority of those recommendations has been completed by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. So we think that the issues with the flooding, most of those issues may have cleared up. We won't know until we get a good rain event later on this year or early part of 2025. But in saying that, we just wanted to bring this back to your attention to just be thinking about how you want to address this, the maintenance of the trail in the near future. So I had provided 3 options for that. I had reached out to our engineer, and again, these were numbers that were brought back months ago. The contract that we pulled these numbers from, we're still under the same contract with both our asphalt contractor and our concrete contractor. So the numbers haven't changed that much. But for option 1, I went with the lowest option first. That is a point repair of the tripping hazards and providing crack sealing to the walking path. If you do that, the cost should not exceed $10,000. Now, I will make you aware, I use that $10,000. I put plenty of contingency buffer in there. The number, if we go this route, may come back closer to $5,000. But what I was concerned about is over the last several months, there may be some additional areas. There may be the areas that were cracking may have widened even more. So I wanted to make sure that if we go this route, that we can cover and crack seal every issue.
And keep in mind, it's still not going to be aesthetically pleasing. I mean, you'll have just like a road where you see a bunch of crack sealing.
I have a question, Davey. So, in the asphalt quote, there's milling. Now, in the area that we've experienced flooding in the past, we all know about that, don't we, Jamie? Pumping water off of that. Would it not make sense, rather than milling, to just do an overlay in that area, which would then raise the grade of the trail up by the thickness of the asphalt? And I mean,
Yeah, our engineer looked at that as well. That is a possibility. And also, I went ahead and had them give us a price or give us an estimated price for if we went with a boardwalk in that area as well. So I don't know that we would want to go that route. I think the quotes for just a boardwalk for 750 feet at 12 feet wide.
12 feet wide. Yeah,
Yeah.
the current path is only 4 or 5 feet, maybe.
Yeah, and
It's not very wide.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if there's certain guidelines for boardwalks, the width of them. This is what he quoted us.
When you do an overlay, it would obviously increase the height. Is that now the transition from that to the grass create a safety issue if you're riding a bike
Well,
or
they would
walking?
mill it like they do on a road, where they would start, they would mill the beginning of it, and then it would be a smooth transition to the overlay. Wouldn't be an abrupt step.
Well, that's what option 2 is. That, it says milling.
No, I'm saying it would only be milling the very edge of it, where the transition from the old asphalt meets the new.
But I thought you were just talking about doing an overlay, no milling.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, but Joe was saying, well, wouldn't it create a tripping hazard? And I said, no, it would, if they did an overlay, they would mill the start and finish of it to make it match the grade, and then they would just overlay the rest, rather than milling the entire.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about a 4th option, which is no milling and then overlaying.
I am. But
Then they wouldn't mill, though.
so there would be about.
It would only be a
there'd
certain
milling of about this much of it, so that the asphalt meets, the transition meets level. They would just,
You're talking about milling just the edges alone.
the edge, yeah, where it meets.
Gotcha.
Yes, that's what I'm
gotcha.
saying.
Certainly, I mean, I could drop back and get some, a better estimate for that, because it's just,
I mean, I personally, I don't think the option 1 is really an option, because this, we've literally been talking about the loop and it needing to be repaired since I got on council in 17. So we need to do something. And I don't think option number 3 is an option, because it's $1 million. So I think somewhere between option 2 and a new option 4 would be good to look at. And then my next question is, if we go ahead and pick one of these 2 options, can we know we're gonna get a rainy winter. We always get rainy winters. Can we kind of wait and see how it holds up where we've done the stormwater repairs and make sure that it's actually good? Because what I would hate to do is do all of this work and then there's just water sitting on it, because whatever we've done hasn't been tested and we've got standing water on that.
And there are a couple of other considerations as well, and what we looked at in the past was some piping underneath it in that low area, so that the water that gets to the other side of the trail doesn't stay trapped. So, and it doesn't have to be anything special, some 4-inch PVC, something just to carry the water back out. And I would want to look at those considerations to make sure that we aren't, if we do raise this level up, that we aren't trapping water on the back side of it. And that work could be done, I mean, your guys could cut those in before they pave. I mean, it's not anything that's extravagant.
right. And so, the majority of the work that was performed for the stormwater issue by NCDOT, one portion that was not completed that was recommended was building a berm between the storm ditch that runs parallel to Marvin School Road and this walking trail. So we know that if we get substantial rains this winter, if it does flood again, that the stormwater ditch, that's what the work that they did was basically the maximum they can do. But the DOT's not willing to build a berm for us, so we may have to come back and build a berm in the future, but then you would have to move that
Well,
water back toward the
I
ditch.
actually started that berm for you and filled in a low-lying area there with fill from Village Hollow when it was under construction. We put, I think, a couple of tandem loads of dirt in that area because it was a concern at the time. But it isn't bermed up very high. But there, at least it did fill a low spot that was in there that was allowing the water to just jump over the ditch. So,
So can we look at option 4, not with the milling, but just overlay and then mill just the edges, the 2 connections, and then maybe just postpone it just a little bit?
Well, we're already pushing up against the weather anyway, so you can work on getting those estimated quotes, and we can bring it back in January, and then be ready to let the project in, say, February, March.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that, I mean, I think that makes sense, because I would really like to see if it works or not, and see how much more work we need to do.
Okay.
I just don't want to
as
ruin
soon as it warms
the
back
brand
up,
new.
they let the
So just-
project in the spring, so as soon as the weather warms back up, they can do the actual
Is that good?
construction.
Yeah, just for
That gives us time to work through it a little bit.
Just for clarity purposes, for anyone listening at home, y'all, we keep talking about water issues, and there's no floodplain in that area. There's no floodway, there's no floodplain. This is all stormwater runoff that we're talking about, not actual streams or any of that stuff, so.
It actually, the NCDOT actually created our problem because they put a pipe under the road that lets the water that runs down from Providence Downs and comes against Marvin Road. It used to be trapped there and go a different way. They put a pipe across and it moves it across the road and then dumps it onto this property, which then it still has to get in a ditch and flow downhill. Unfortunately, because of the grades and everything, it just has become an overflow area, and it floods. Even some residents of Marvin Creek have water issues in their backyard because of DOT's water coming across the road, and it's been, I think even Rohit, back in the day, we went and we spoke with a couple of residents that back up to that area there, and they've had water encroach into their backyards because of this. This is not just our problem, but it's also, you know, some private citizens have water issues from this area too. So I'm hoping that what has been done has mitigated this, and if not, then we need to continue to keep chasing it until we get it fixed 100%.
Very good.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere, you're up next.
Next up, consider adoption of payment conditions survey 5-year. Sorry, do that again. Next up, we have number 7, consider adoption of pavement condition survey 5-year plan.
Thank you, Mayor. In our past, or just last meeting, an engineer with AMT Engineering presented to you their PCS 5-year plan for potentially taking over residential roads in Marvin that are currently owned by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. And in that plan, there were a couple of concerns that were brought to our attention as far as the way it was listed in the plan. One of those was Stonehurst Lane. That has been removed from the tab that listed as PCS 5-year plan. It is still under the plan for the North Carolina Department of Transportation to resurface that road, but it has been removed from the portion that would have been funded by Marvin to have it just repaired and brought up, just maintained. So it's still in the plan, but it's been removed in that one tab. So the plan, I've gone and checked on all the roads. The roads should match village-owned roads versus NCDOT-owned roads.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to break this down really quick for everybody. So Exhibit A is what NCDOT is gonna do in fiscal year 24-25.
Right.
B is what NCDOT is going to do in 25-26.
Yes.
C is what NCDOT is gonna do in 26-27.
Yes.
D, because NCDOT is gonna do exhibits A, B, and C, the Village of Marvin is going to do Exhibit D.
Correct.
Okay, and Exhibit E.
Correct.
But I thought Valhalla was being done by DOT.
Well, it's not correct. I said that wrong. That's already, this Exhibit E is what has already been done by
Finished.
DOT.
Okay, got it, okay.
That's why there's a 0 now.
So have we already
Oh, okay.
assumed Valhalla's?
No, we have not.
Not yet.
Yeah, one of the things that I'll make sure that everyone understands, and we make this distinction, is one of the first things we will do in January, February, March, somewhere in that time frame, whenever DOT is ready, is we would take over Valhalla Farms, Providence Ridge, everything listed in Exhibit D, because we would be doing those, which includes portions of Marvin Creek, Poppy Hill, Arborvitae, Autumn Blossom, Silent Meadow, Fox Chase, Running Horse, Wild Berry, Wheatfield, Orchard Hill, Wandering Way, Hickory Bark, Cattle Ridge, Running Horse, Whitetail, Grove's Edge, and it's not the entire roads. There's a beginning and an ending description to each one of those roads. So it's not the entire Marvin Creek. There's a separate portion of Marvin Creek that we would take on later, but that would be one of the first sets of roads that we would take over before we do the work. Woodcliff at Firethorn and Innisbrook at Firethorn. Those are all the roads that we would take over within the beginning part of next year, and then we would fog seal those roads. In addition to that, we would take over what's already been done in Valhalla Farms and, what was the other one, Providence Ridge?
Providence Ridge.
And then that is a 3-year plan to then have all of the rest of the NCDOT residential roads under the Village of Marvin.
That's correct. Now, that's the plan,
Okay.
and that's what we
Yeah.
would be working toward. NCDOT, again, is still assessing the roadways in western North Carolina, so they may come back and they may have to extend the timeframes later, but right now, that's still the plan.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
But we would still have moved forward on Exhibit D
Correct.
and E, the
And, yeah,
Valhalla.
and accepting those roads, yeah.
Correct.
Can we, is that not something that we can go ahead and, I guess we need to go and petition the state for those?
Yeah, we're waiting on Valhalla Farms and Providence Ridge to assure that the contractor has been, everything's been done. There's no,
They have to come back and
yeah,
fix
punch
some
that they've
stuff.
got to fix. So once that takes place, we'll accept those, and then he's already reached out to them on the other ones. We can't do anything right now anyways, because we're up against the weather elements that we're getting ready to run into with winter, so we're slowly
No,
having
but we
that
can at
conversation.
least go ahead and have the process started,
Yeah.
so that when the weather is good, we can already have those contracts done and they can start the work.
We've already got things
Very good.
slated for January. We've actually already got the RFQ for fog sealing created. We're just waiting on the process.
Great, good job. So do you need us to, yes. So I'm going to make a motion to adopt the pavement condition survey 5-year plan as presented by AMT Engineering.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Real quick, I just wanted to mention the plan that's in there for DOT, just so residents at home can hear. That is, like Davey said, the plan. It doesn't mean they're absolutely 150% going to do it. So just keep in mind, if it says 25, 26, or whatever it says, and it's your road, hopefully that's what takes place, and that's what we've kind of agreed to. But again, we're up to their scheduling as well, so just know that.
Thank you, Davey. Moving on to new business. First up, consider adoption 2025 Village Council meeting schedule.
Okay, so you've got this in your agenda packet. Same pattern as we do every year. Your regular meetings on the second Tuesday of the month and your work sessions on the last Thursday. Only significant changes are that the joint meetings with the PRG and Planning Board will coincide with their regular meetings, so that's
Did you
one.
even change the dates that I told you?
Yeah,
No, you didn't.
I'm looking at it.
Tuesday, December 10th.
I'm looking at it right here, and it says
I'm-
December 9th.
I'm looking at it too.
I think you're looking at the old version of the packet.
This is Tuesday, December 9th.
I mean, I don't know how I'm looking at an old version. It was updated at 8:49.
So did you pull the refresh or something? I'm
Yeah,
looking at
yes,
10.
I did. I pulled down the thing. Thank
Right, I'm
you.
looking at December 10th.
I am too.
Yeah, mine says the
I see December 9th.
Mine says December 10th.
It must be just you, Kim.
That's weird, because I changed it and re-uploaded the entire packet last night.
Okay, well, whatever. I just want to make sure that it's actually right.
But I did pull it down when it first started.
You and Kim.
I mean, I just reopened it. There you go, December 10th.
I don't know why it's not loading properly, but that was updated last night, and
I got the same thing she has.
I did. I've done it 3 times.
Can you just
It
go
doesn't
over-
matter.
Can you verbally go over what?
I can put it on the screen if I need to.
I'm just, it's,
Just Kim and Bob are.
3-day retreat?
I'm gonna refresh it again and see what happens.
We have a 3-day retreat?
I'm not going to be.
I've got the one that says the 9th, so if you want me to go through them.
Okay, so we've got Tuesday, January 14th, and we've got the retreat. So I would actually like to do our meeting on the 7th instead of the 14th, because we are going to be fully heavy. I know that's annoying for staff. I don't know if anybody else wants to do that or not, but
I'm not sure how feasible that is, just because we're coming right back from the holidays, and
you got Thursday, Friday, Monday.
I'm out of town that week, but
So most,
Oh, it's all about, I'm sorry, Austin. I'm sorry, Austin. I apologize. It's all about you and your, and your holiday schedule.
Place shuts down.
I mean, we do have quite a few staff members that are out the week prior to that. I mean, we could have,
No, I just said I would prefer to do that. I didn't say we have to do that. So if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But that's going to be a lot of Village of Marvin that week.
Yeah, well, is it that you just don't want to see us that bad, or what?
Yes, that is correct. I do not.
we can schedule it for the 7th, just understand it's probably going to be a little light.
Oh, perfect. I think light's great. No, I mean, it's fine. I just mentioned it, that it might be nice to, okay.
Is it,
Okay, so we're changing that to the 7th?
No, leave it at the 14th. It's fine.
and
Your retreat,
3 days?
your retreat, as noted before, is 2.5 days this year, Wednesday, Thursday, and half of Friday. And then, yeah, it's the same, it's usual pattern. Does anyone have any questions on the dates proposed?
Okay, because I'm, the troublemaker of the group,
Hold on one
apparently.
second.
What have we gotten out of the last PRNG joint meeting and the last planning board meeting? I mean, legitimately, like, I'm not trying to be like, not do it, but like, we have these meetings and I don't know what we're getting out of them.
I think that, well, I can tell you, speaking from when I was on PRG, it was nice to have,
I know, that was a long time ago. The last couple that we've had, we haven't really gotten,
well, I mean, but what I'm saying is, it was nice for the boards to have an opportunity to bring things to council that they wanted to discuss. Now, I'm not gonna say that every year they necessarily have
But don't you
big
think
things
that
to
that's what our
discuss, but it's an
liaisons are for?
opportunity. Well, we had liaisons then, but we still,
I don't know. I
there
mean,
were
again, I'm
reasons.
fine having them. I would like to, we need to have conversations and revisit things we've always done just because we've always done them.
Yeah, I would say, having come from PRG board, I always thought it good to, we do have our liaisons, but that's still just one council person. And I think it gives them a feeling that the full council has a better understanding of, the things that they're doing. So
Fine.
I think it
Again,
is I think it is a good
Just asking the question.
opportunity.
My goal for those meetings for this year would be to limit the time spent in the joint meeting because that will include the board's regular business as well. So you would at least we would at least go for a very efficient discussion if you guys want to still hold the joint meetings.
yeah, I'm fine with the joint meeting. If you wanna streamline it, that's fine, but I'm a proponent of the joint meeting.
Any other questions about dates for the rest of the year?
Not right now.
Nope, so I'll make a motion to adopt the 2025 Village Council schedule meeting. I'm not going to say as presented because mine's not right, so.
Further discussion? Look at Austin over there, just.
It's all right, Austin, you got most of us.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Sorry, Austin, I'm not trying to be mean to you. I apologize.
Discussion with 2025 coffee with council schedule.
Okay, so you guys don't actually formally approve a coffee with council schedule. They're not meetings, so it doesn't need to be formally adopted. I asked you all for feedback in preparing the 2025 schedule just because I had heard that some of you may be interested in changing the pattern for them next year. I've heard that sometimes the evening ones are more people come to the evening ones in the morning, and that some people are a little confused when they're held because they alternate between Tuesdays and Thursdays. I gave you 3 options in here for what you guys want to do. Option A is the same schedule we've been doing, first Tuesday, first Thursday, fourth or last Tuesday. Option B is just the night ones. Option C is just the morning ones.
The only one I've heard that's confused is Joe, so, so I don't know.
Did not hear that.
My personal opinion on this would be that it's something that we've been doing now for many years with the schedule. Sometimes we get more in the evening and sometimes we get more during the day. Again, I'm just one that says we set the kind of agenda and we set the times, and it's up, We're just trying to work, because if you only do them in the evenings, there are people that complain about the evenings. If you schedule them only during the day, why, I can't come, you know, because I'm at work. If it's not broken, let's not try to fix it. That's just my opinion. We all kind of share, we get 2 or 3 or 2 a quarter. That's just my opinion. I'm for just not changing it.
Yeah, I think it's good to have a variety of the options.
My suggestion is that if we do it once a month, I like option B, but do it where January would be the evening, February would be the morning, and alternate like that.
That'd be.
I think it should be one per month. I think that's all that's necessary. And I think anybody who's focused on the one, people will probably show up.
I don't think we've had a problem with people showing up and recently. And when it first started, we did, but it seems to be pretty regular now that people are coming. So, and the only thing about that, Bob, is if you cannot make an evening one, you have to wait for 2 months to come and talk about stuff, and at that point, it may not even be relevant. So I think we should keep what we've got.
We struggle with the lead lag time anyway. Government runs slow. And for all those that are out there to think, well, why, when I bring up something, why can't it just happen? It can't. And until you've sat here in any form of government, the lead lag time is just tremendous. I would say if it's not broken, let's not try to fix it. I mean, we got enough on our plate to.
The thing I'll say is that other than residents, we have high school students that want to come sometimes, you know, in the mornings, and I don't think would be suitable for them at all.
Everyone good with option A then, just same as usual?
The same as
I think
usual,
so.
as far as I'm concerned.
We'll come back to you guys we'll come back to you guys in December for you to sign up for January through March.
Okay, and that said, the next Coffee with Council is November 7th, and it is in the morning. We have the elementary school coming, and I am scheduled to be with Andy, so can anyone fill in for me, since we have the,
We have no one capable.
no one capable?
Filling in for you.
It is tough to fill these shoes.
Everybody asks for the mayor.
I know, I'm high demand
I
right
don't
now.
know.
It doesn't have a vote. They want the guy that doesn't have a vote, has a say. So that, or at least, because we have that rule of having 2 people in a meeting, Andy, if you're gonna be here, at least have a staff member sitting with you while I'm dealing.
I'll come up on the 7th.
Yes,
In the morning.
yes.
So Jamie, you're gonna take Joe's spot? Okay. Okay.
So we'll come right through with you, and we'll wave to you, some other council members.
And that's at 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah,
Ours is at 9:30.
yes. And I'm assuming it'll be at least through 10:30, so.
Yeah.
Terrific, thank you.
All right, that's all I got for that item.
All right. Next up, we have discussion of data collected from radar speed signs and speed enforcement.
All right, so recently there were some discussions about increased speeding throughout Marvin and our main thoroughfares. It was requested that we pull the data from our Marvin-owned radar speed signs, which we did. We pulled them. I was hoping to dazzle you with all types of numbers, but unfortunately, the tablet and the program that that the radar system runs off of, I can't get that information in your hands. So I put together some, not fun facts, but a few facts regarding the data that we pulled. Again, we have 4 ones located on Marvin Road. We have 2 on Waxhaw Marvin Road, and then 1 here on Marvin School Road. So I want to break these down individually quickly. On Marvin Road, the dates collected were from September 3rd through September 30th, so roughly 27 days and some hours. In that time period, it collects data every 30 minutes. So there were 1,299 30-minute segments that it was collecting data for. Of that 27 days, there were 536 instances collected of vehicles traveling 55 miles an hour and higher, which is 10 miles over the posted speed limit. But the issue with this particular radar data is it happened every 30 minutes. There was never a time where their speeds, at least one speed in that 30-minute segment did not exceed the speed limit of 45 miles an hour. So along that portion of Marvin Road, there is, it's just, there's off and on speeding now. The average overall, you really couldn't determine, there were averages in the 30-minute segment that were over what 45 miles an hour would be, but it's really from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., and it would be 8 cars total. So you're not getting a good reading from that. But the maximum speed for that entire month was collected 81 miles an hour, which did take place at 6:30 in the morning. But again, they're speeding all throughout the day from Marvin Road. I broke down Waxhaw Marvin Road into two. The Waxhaw Marvin, what I consider Waxhaw Marvin Road 1 is the one near Andy's house. It's the one we've had out there the longest. Again, when they collected the data, there were 1,310 30-minute segments. So of that, there were 755 instances collected for the vehicles were traveling 55 miles an hour or greater. And again, it was all throughout the day, 24-hour period. The maximum speed collected on that one was 93 miles per hour at 10 p.m. at night. So just in two different roads, you've got different time frames where the maximum speed was collected. Waxhaw Marvin 2, which is one of the newer signs we have, it's down near Viking Drive. I actually could not pull good data from September because of the growth that we had talked about, which the growth is dying back now because of the cold weather. We'll try to work with DOT about future issues, but I was able to collect a full month of August. So this was August 2nd through September 2nd. Of those, there was 181 instances collected where there were vehicles were traveling 55 miles per hour or higher, which is, again, 10 miles over the speed limit. And that maximum speed was 75 miles an hour at 6:30 p.m.
75 miles per hour around that bend.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why they end up in the neighbors' fences
In the
all
fence,
the time.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so the last one that was collected was Marvin School Road. There were 448 instances of where vehicles are traveling 45 miles an hour or higher, which is 10 miles over the posted speed limit, and it's going to be dropped actually lower than that pretty soon with that 25 mile an hour speed zone. And again, the speed limits exceeded most of the time frames that were collected. So not every hour of the day or every 30-minute segment had someone going 10 miles over the speed limit or going 45 or greater, but for the most of the day, you did have at least one vehicle per 30-minute segment exceeding the speed limit. And again, the maximum speed on that road was 72 miles an hour at 12:30 p.m. So one's 6:30, one's 10 p.m., 12:30, 6:30. So it's
Down by the school.
when I was trying to pull together a block of time that we would potentially need assistance or additional law enforcement, it was very difficult to do that with the data that was collected. So ultimately, I reached out to Deputy Swan and Deputy West to get their input on what they see on a daily basis give me some time frames to work with. Deputy West is with us today. If you have like to pose any questions to him, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer that. But from the discussion with them, They seem to think that the best time frames, if we were to get additional help, would be between 6:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. and/or 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Now, that includes time frames when school's letting in and when they're letting out. So that's because of that, it kind of adds to the increased amount of traffic on these roads during those time frames. And the thought process was by having additional, an additional officer or officers that is visible, it would help reduce the speeds overall, which could lower these numbers.
So are those the times, though, that we're seeing the most speeding? Because during those times with the most traffic is when it seems the most backed up, when you can't necessarily speed in a lot of those areas.
Let me tell you something. Okay, I've been analyzing this traffic a lot on Waxhaw Marvin Road because a lot of times I'm working from home. Well, I'm in and out all day long, and I do work from home periodically. And what I can tell you is during high traffic times, they're not speeding. And if they are, they might be going 56 miles per hour in a 45. They're not traveling at the high rates of speed. That one that you mentioned at 10 o'clock at night, that happens regularly. Problem with the sign down there is it only tracks one direction, and a lot of times they're going the other direction when they're doing it. I hear them out there racing every single night of the week, and especially on weekends. It's mainly the evening hours that we have the problems with it. There's way too much traffic for them to speed during those high traffic volumes, when school is going in and people going to work.
I think early in the morning is actually good because people are getting out.
Yeah, maybe
Early.
that 5 to 6:30 hour maybe, but in the evenings, definitely when there's less traffic and people are able to do those. It's the high rates of speed.
No, I know. So hold on, Christina, what did the deputies, what did the off-duty people tell you? 3 hours a day?
Yes.
So,
3 hour minimum.
but we can pick whatever 3 hours we want. Minimum 3 hours a day.
Yes, just keep in mind the same constraints that we have with.
People have got to
yeah.
sign up for it.
Yeah.
Right, I get it. So, I mean, I like the idea of doing like early, like 5 to 8, because in the morning, because I do think that people get up and go, and I hear them when I'm taking the dogs out early. They're hauling butt down Marvin Road.
Yeah.
But I also think at night, like this middle of the day kind of, I mean, but I do think we can just pick random times because I don't want people to start seeing it.
Well-
I'd rather have like the random, like,
Move them around the village during those
move
times.
them around, well, they should be moving around the village anyway. But, we have, a couple in the morning, a couple in the midday, a couple in the afternoon. And I think we should do it on the weekends too, because a lot of people are out on the weekends and they're racing and, it's just not safe, especially with all the young drivers we have in the area. It's just, it's a safety thing. I am personally fine taking like maybe a month or two and using it as a trial basis and kind of see what kind of results we get with it and then reassess.
Let's face it, our deputies are on during the day, right? So you're out and about, moving around the village during the day anyway. So there's that coverage there, right? We're looking for supplementary coverage where we're having a gap.
Well, and I mean,
And that's-
the more people are seeing it, then hopefully they're going to slow down and they're just going to stop because they're afraid they're going to get pulled over. Or they're just going to continue to do it and they don't really care and there's nothing we're going to be able to do about those people.
Right. Now, and then this is just, it's kind of related, but it's not to do with speed, but do you guys enforce the whole muffler thing?
We could, it just depends on who you ask, really. When it comes to a muffler, I believe, could be wrong, so don't quote me on it, but if you have
Hey, do you mind coming to the mic so people in the audience can hear?
So the public can hear.
say like someone's got like a Honda or something and they take their stock exhaust and they start cutting it and they put it back on, that's illegal. But when it comes to them buying a aftermarket exhaust that already doesn't come with a muffler and it's got all the qualifications and checks and marks and all that, it's okay. I could, like I said, that changes sometimes, so I could be wrong. But it's mostly got something to do with emissions and stuff, and that's against the statute.
Well, what about disturbing the peace? This is personal experience. Down the road, doing it at 11, 12 o'clock at night on a Friday night, hitting the gas, letting off to let it do all that. I mean, it sounds like gunshots. It's so loud, the backfiring through the thing. Isn't that against our noise ordinance? Is that not against, like, isn't that disturbing the peace?
We have to, we have to
Yeah.
hear it. So if we get there and we're down the road and we can hear it driving away, we can track it and find it. We could stop in and do what we got to do and make all our checks.
Because
But
that's,
as
I mean,
far
'cause
as-
that's that nighttime kind of thing, where it's not only the speeding, but it's that annoyance. It just, waking everybody up, and they're out there doing it deliberately just to be obnoxious. And I know I'm not the only one that complains about this. I hear it from my neighbors, I hear it from people that live in neighborhoods adjacent to me. People are very much annoyed by this kind of activity, and it's, I mean, it's not a good quality of life if you get woke up at 3 a.m. because some kid's out there, making a fool of himself with his muffler.
Yeah, but if that muffler checks out and it's all good, and we find them and we stop them, we can't be like, hey, keep the exhaust down, so that's where we kind of run into that issue, and we can't tell them not to drive it on this road and at this time.
I mean, but if it's exceeding the noise ordinance.
Yeah, then we can
That's
do
what
what
I'm-
we got to do, but
That's what.
there's
that's what I'm
nothing
getting
stopping them the next morning doing it again,
at. Right.
is what I'm
Well,
saying.
True. They get enough harassment, maybe they'll quit. But it's just, it's a growing problem. I mean, I used to have cherry bombs on my car when I was a kid, but I wasn't doing this kind of activity in a residential area, waking people up in the middle of the night. And this is what's been kind of going on around this area especially. And I know it's not just in Marvin, it's in Weddington, it's in Waxhaw, it's everywhere. So it's becoming an issue that people are not comfortable with.
And what we were saying before with the whole school traffic, when I'm going back to the radar, I was only saying during high school traffic, because if we're seen, yes, they're not speeding, but they know we're out there. So if they ever come back through, someone might be out there, someone might be looking, and if they are assuming that we're out there, one of the number one leading causes of wrecks here, or everywhere, are speed. So if they're already assuming that we're there, they're already going to cut back their speed, and that might limit the amount of accidents that we have on Marvin Road, Waxhaw Marvin Road.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys take it upon yourselves to be around the schools when the schools are letting out, during your normal shifts, I got no issue with that. I'm looking at trying to supplement what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
And try to get ahead of some of this other stuff that you guys just, I mean, there's only two of you.
Yeah.
You can't be everywhere. There's only, so. Yeah, and you're only on one at a time. So if we're looking at hiring some supplemental to try to get ahead of some of the extra stuff that you guys just can't get to. And that's where I'm trying to get,
I agree.
a good base. But I mean, I've said it before, right when school goes back, kids, it's nice weather, kids are fresh off of the summer, and they're acting up, and they do act like a fool after school. As the year progresses, they tend to settle down a little bit, but it's usually that weekend and evening is when I hear that kind of activity going on.
So why don't we try it out for, I mean, if council wants to, I don't know if everybody wants to, but I'm fine with trying it.
Yeah, I'm fine with trying it. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try. If it doesn't yield any success, then we stop. But if it's yielding some success and we're saving some people's property damage from people running off the road like happens to my neighbor every single year, or if some kid doesn't lose his life because he's wrapped around a tree somewhere, which we've had some pretty horrible wrecks down there at the corner there in the curve, I'm all for that. I mean, if that would be a success in my book, is if we can save some people's lives and people's property, so.
Only thing I would add, I agree with y'all, try it, see if it works. And then, because we don't want to create a pattern, maybe you do a month on and a month off, month on, month off, because you're still there, and because you do it, and you see that they're there, and then they'll slow down for a period of time, they're like, oh, okay, and then, well, next month. So just, let's see if it works. But my recommendation would be maybe just do a month on, month off, and kind of where there's no pattern.
I would also like to say, though, that, I prefer to do it at the times when these guys are on and around, because in addition to just speeding, the fact that we have more presence at more different times of the day, especially with concerns that people have about home break-ins, anything like that as well, it just allows us to expand that, definition of presence, and people seeing officers more often at different times through the week, whether it's day or night. So I'd hate to kind of be spending more money on top of what we're spending already, on top of what we should already be getting from the county in general, right? Because there's that too. And I'm someone that wants to make sure that what investments that we're making in our officers and the security of the village is on top of what we're already getting and investing in.
Well, I know that it's a concern for all of the municipalities around here. Weddington just picked up 2 more deputies, so they have 5. They have 24/7 coverage in Weddington at this point. So there's, other municipalities are seeing the need for an increase in presence, and I think that, trying this may be a little cheaper alternative to getting more presence without the full commitment. I wouldn't be opposed to, hiring another full-time deputy if we see good results from from what we're trying out and seeing if that does, in fact, help the community out. And, we could look at that down the road. But I think, adding a little bit on part-time and getting them to focus on traffic is going to be I think that's a good start anyway.
So how long do you want to do this trial for?
Let's say 6 months, every other month or something like that.
Try that and see. what we
See,
can
I
do.
was gonna say 3 months and do it continuous, but really have the times rotating.
That would
Really-
build data.
Like
Right,
really
that would-
have
That's
like,
really kind of what we need is the data
Yeah.
at this point, so we
So
kind
we
of
could
need to
do it 3
saturate.
months in a row at first and then
Yeah.
And then
make another
reevaluate.
decision from there.
that's, but that's just me.
No, I tend to agree with that because we got to build a data source that we can kind
And
of.
I mean, I would leave it to,
decisions
Christina to pick the times that she wants to put in there, but I would alternate it. I mean, I would have it like 5 to 8 in the morning, and that would probably be my earliest, because I don't really think nobody's gonna pick up like the middle of the night, right? Like,
You'd be surprised.
really?
Oh, yeah. I
Really?
work till 3 o'clock in the morning, yeah.
Really? Okay, well then maybe we do some like just really random 12 to 3 in the morning,
Yeah.
10 to, 1 in the morning,
On some of
8
these
to.
drag strips out
yeah,
here, the
8 to
12 to
11.
3 kind of
And I would
stuff.
do it 7 days a week. And if they don't, see, one of the reasons I think we should do it 3 months in a row is because we may not get full coverage, right? Like, we may not have the off-duty,
I was gonna say, when you working later, people are more prone to do something like that than getting up earlier. So you might have a hard time filling that in, but I don't speak for everyone. Some people like the early morning stuff, so.
yeah. Does that make sense? Does that make
I know
sense with
Tommy
the
used
council?
to-
Do
Come
do
in
the
early.
officers that
Be here at
normally
like 4:30,
volunteer for this,
what you'd
do
like to
do they
do.
try to do it like butting up to when they have a shift or when they're getting off a shift, where they extend a day?
Some people do it, like the squad that I was previously on, we would get off at 4:30 in the afternoon. People would go into off-duty at 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. So, but some people only do it on days off. So it just depends, again, the type of person that person
Gotcha.
is.
So we'll come up with a staggered schedule for 3 months, 7 days a week. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
I would definitely say the weekends should be like the later times.
Yeah. Because that's when they're out there doing it.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Next up, consider adoption of resolution adopting policy regulating public access to and audio-video recording on on municipal-owned property. Who's got this? Who's got this? Austin.
So you got this policy on your agenda that needs to be adopted by resolution. This policy is to regulate public access to municipal-owned property and the ability of people to audio/video record on the property. They need explicit permission. This is just to better provide security to staff, have better control over our facilities, keep orderly conduct, really.
Do we have something like this in place where we're changing from this to that?
This
Or
is- this
this
is
is
brand
kind
new.
of the initiation of a policy?
This is brand new. We were worked on this with Chaplin over the past 2 months.
So if I want to come in and record, I can videotape or I can just tape record in this room
During meetings,
during meetings, but I can't go into like your office. And
not without permission.
written permission, verbal permission, what kind of permission do we need?
We were going back and forth on that. I'm not sure where we landed. It's in here somewhere.
Since
I-
you're talking about recording, you would probably want the permission as part of the, well, I guess you can't,
Find
because
that
you
out.
haven't gotten permission yet.
Well, I mean, okay, so okay, good, got coffee with council. So if somebody wants to videotape or record coffee with council in the front conference room,
As long as they state
I
that,
would,
and get everybody to concede that they're willing to, yes. That's what I think this says.
is that right, Austin?
it allows it in public areas. So it's however we define public.
So it's
During
coffee with
coffee with council, I would consider that.
Not an office, there's
They've got
Not an
examples here.
office, no.
yeah.
Anything outside of a secure area, so anything
Correct.
inside those locked areas would be.
Well, that would be
not
coffee with
included.
council.
Well, but the door is open and unlocked during those times, so it's
Okay.
a public meeting, so I would assume it would be the same as in
Listen, I think this policy is great. I don't have a problem with it. I'm really trying to talk through this so that the general public can understand what the guardrails are.
So the areas, so the big definition here is limited access area. Those are the areas that are really being regulated. Those are employee offices, employee workspaces, copy room, mailroom break areas. This also extends to employees at their in the parking lot, storage areas, access points. And it goes into very good detail about hallway staircases, which we don't have any stairs really. Restrooms, we don't have any elevators. This is just for planning for future as well. For future facilities, it may include staircases, elevators, and the like. Maintenance, storage, warehousing. So this would extend to the maintenance shed at the park.
So if myself and Mayor are in a meeting in the front room and we're having a private meeting and somebody comes in and starts to try to videotape us doing that, then that would be a limited access area and we can verbally tell them that they can't videotape us.
Yes, and they can be instructed to leave.
Okay.
And there are penalties for that established in this.
I guess Bob and I are the only, John and I are the only ones that had someone request to be, to video the whole meeting we had coffee with council then. Right.
But that's a public meeting.
Yep.
It's open to the public, so there's no
And
reason
it
why
wouldn't be considered limited access
Right.
because you guys had
They
opened
did
it up
ask
to the public.
for permit.
I would encourage everyone to read the policy. We'll obviously be briefing staff on this. We can also post this online if we need to.
I think that's probably a good idea. Because again, I don't want somebody to come in and think that they can do it, and then we're like, no, you can't. And then they're like, well, why not? And then we're like, oh, we've got this policy and whatever. I just want to make sure the general public is aware of this, which is why I pulled it off the consent agenda.
The mother of the scout last night, she asked permission to take a picture in there with everybody else. He was doing this.
Yeah, and if you get permission, express permission, you can
Well, I mean,
but
everybody we've had is requested permission to do anything.
And I think that's fine. And I think even if you were in a coffee with council and you didn't want to tape record it, I don't really think it matters because I think it's considered an open meeting and
yes, public.
there would be allowed to.
Yeah.
I think it's when you're having a private meeting and somebody that is not involved in the meeting then wants to try to videotape or record or,
There's people come in there and I tell them, there's some people think it's a private meeting when you have coffee with council, they talk. And I tell them that's not the way, because it's open to everyone at the time. Because we have other people come in and sit in on the conversation.
It notes in here, by the way, that the council chambers and conference rooms are also included in this when not used for official meetings. So technically, coffee with council is not an official meeting. Someone would need your express permission as a public official, as a Village of Marvin official.
oh, okay.
Also, they would be if they just indiscriminately started recording
They
video,
cannot.
they're in the wrong.
Correct, they cannot.
Interesting, okay, all right, good. Does anybody have any questions for Austin about this policy? No, okay, and it's been approved by Chaplain, obviously?
This, yeah, me and Chaplain have been going back and forth on this for like 2 months.
Okay.
It's, yeah. it's
So
in
I'm
file
going to
form.
make a motion to adopt the resolution adopting policy regulating public access to and audio-video recording on municipal-owned property as presented.
Further discussion? Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Against? No, hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Austin.
Open topics. Anybody?
I have two.
Okay.
Okay. Number one, so I happened to be, I glanced over at Village Hall the other day driving by, and I gave Davey a call just to put the sandbags away and stuff that were out there, and which led us to another conversation about the monument that has been planned to be built in the side yard. I asked Davey to reach out to them to see what was going on with that. They really didn't give him anything at this point. So my whole thing about this is that we have Dewberry working on designs for the Marvin Loop that is to traverse around Village Hall. There are considerations in there for that would include this space out here. If they're not going to do their thing, then they need to give us a yes or no. You know, are we going to do it or are we not going to do it? And we need to get a definite date so that we know what we're doing. So hoping to get some kind of information from them at some point so we can make a decision on what we're going to do. Because, I mean, this has just been dragging on for 2 years at least, and we still have nothing. So, you know, trying to be fair here, I mean, I understand the idea of the monument is great. It's a really good cause that they do, everything, but we need to get some kind of concrete, definite thing, because there's been stuff in limbo ever since.
I'm sorry, but what is the monument? I don't.
This is the Wounded Warriors Project was going to do yeah, the Independence Fund. So that was part of that. They wanted to put a monument out on our side yard. We've been discussing it for 2 years.
So there's a dinner November 7th.
You just moved it, right?
That is the same night as our meeting, our open house for the Loop.
So I'm just bringing this up because it's dragging on, and we kind of need to put our foot down and say, you know, one way or the other, if they're going to do it, give us a timeline and do it, or we need to consider other options. That's my only thing
So
there.
I will say that when all this started, their conceptual idea was all based upon funding, them getting donors, them getting product donated, and if we've gotten to the point of year 2 and they haven't come up with it, I think it's probably safe to say they're probably not going to.
Yeah.
Tell them thank you, but we're good.
All right, so my second topic is I actually was given some homework by WUMA. So in our last meeting, we discussed that we are going to have Brian Matthews, the county manager, come to our next meeting in November. It'll be an evening meeting. We're going to encourage the public to come because we are having him speak on everything going on in the county. Just get an update, usually do this yearly. And so we've been asked to go back to our respective councils and ask if there are any specific questions that anybody wants Brian to be prepared to answer at this meeting. We, of course, have water and sewer, of course, is on everybody's list, but is there anything that y'all want to know from this meeting?
When is your WUMA meeting?
So, fourth Thursday of every month?
That varies when you get close to the holidays.
Austin has it. Austin has the
Thanksgiving.
date, I'm sure.
That could be Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I know,
but
that's
we
what
would
I'm-
Give me 1 second. I believe
That is Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Right, but we usually.
So it's the
It's the week
21st?
before Thanksgiving, because
It's
Thanksgiving's
21st?
late. It's the 21st.
Okay,
the
so
21st.
let's have our homework be, let's bring Andy questions for our November 12th meeting for Brian, if we have any, and then you can take them to WUMA.
12th. Because they're trying to, get it so that he can be prepared, so that
Yeah, I mean,
should give him enough time.
that gives them a week. It's more notice than we get.
But it's just, that's what I've been asked to do by WUMA, so that, wanted to bring it up in the.
All right. Anybody else?
Everybody's got homework.
Okay, I do have one. Well, this might be interesting.
Time to shine.
Looking for at least one other, maybe two. Talked to Robert Murray, the new mayor of Waxhaw, and he is interested in trying to sit down with us about a roundabout. I think I talked to you about that. He is available this Friday after, say, 2:30, 3 o'clock. He's available, but mostly he tries to do these things on Fridays to get together, whether it's coffee or whatever, but to discuss how they can work with us with DOT and with everything going on with Western North Carolina. I'm not sure roundabouts are going to be priority anyways, but I mean, we could get a discussion going where maybe they participate a little more, because that's probably what we're going to request. I'm not even sure they're requesting anything. Bottom line is, he'd like to get a meeting with us. I know he sits in that traffic trying to make a left out of there, that future roundabout over by where you're at. If there's any interest, let me know. I will try to sit down with him by myself if no one else wants to join me, but I just thought I'd throw it out there to you. Any of
This
you?
Friday?
This Friday, or he also gave me,
Fridays are not fantastic.
I know, he said the 15th or the 22nd.
What time is it, Joe, Friday?
Like after 2. This Friday would be like 3, late afternoon.
Yeah, I can't,
I know he
I
couldn't
can't
do
do
the
this
8th.
Friday. I
But
probably
this
could.
Friday, were you asking about this Friday?
I could, yeah, I could.
This
do
Friday's
it.
the first.
Okay, yeah, so this Friday, it'd be like 3 o'clock. And we can pick a coffee place or something, I can tell you where that is. Okay, all right. I'll let him know 3 o'clock. He just tries to push everything because he works a regular job, and any mayor stuff he tries to push out to Friday, so. All right, so just call me if you find yourself free at that time. Could be, could have a beer over it too, which is not, I'm not opposed to. So. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't know you had it.
I've talked to a few of you, but I want to talk to everyone in here and the staff too. I talked to Tommy Gallus last week. He wanted me to say hello to everyone and tell them that he's gone back to work. He's working as civilian under the Sheriff's Department, working with the drug program in different high schools.
Couldn't stay away, huh?
Said he was bored and everything else. I talked to him, he was up in the mountains, he was leaving Silva.
What a surprise. Yeah,
So
good
I
for
wanted to
him.
make sure that everyone got his thank you and
Tell him, hey.
miss you.
That's
All right.
good. Glad to hear he's still out there doing good.
Review of action items, take it away.
Okay, we've got a lot. Let's see, I'm going to post the revaluation presentation on the website. I didn't catch, which group did y'all want me to schedule a meeting with?
Union County Tax, they want kind of a similar presentation, have a special meeting.
Like kind of once the reeval numbers come out. I know. that
Post
pe-
reval, okay.
Yeah.
Post reval, okay. Davey's going to move forward with option 1 for the flagpole. We are waiting for more information on Stacy Howie. Christina and Jill are going to calculate the total cost of the Creek Connector project thus far, including attorney fees and staff time. Hunter's got his marching orders on the master plan. I'll issue a potential quorum notice for the loop meeting. Davey's looking into an emergency exit at the park. PRG's going to provide their questions for the survey over many months. You guys will see the survey again in late spring, April or May. Davey's going to go out and look at the proposed route for Tullamore Phase 4 since there was flooding. Jill is going to proceed with investing in the North Carolina Capital Management Trust. I did not catch Davey's direction on the loop repair.
Get option 4 of just, not milling, overlay. Milling the ends, overlay, and then we're gonna kind of delay it
Mix of
until after the
Milling and overlay.
winter rain.
Got it. Christina is going to proceed with off-duty officers, supplement for speeding, a trial for 3 months, 7 days a week. And I'm going to post the film policy on the website. Jamie, you're taking Joe's place for coffee with council on November 7th. Davey's going to check in with the Wounded Heroes to try to get a definite answer, and you all will send Andy your questions for the November WUMA meeting.
Or, Christina, do we need to add to the action items about the cost?
It's on there. You said it.
I said it.
You said it? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Next up, review of Mayor Pro Tem list.
Okay, Austin, you ready?
Yes.
Yes, I am. Okay, Marvin Eford Park Asphalt Project, how are we coming along?
Microphone. Sorry.
Sorry, Davey.
We're still planning to have it completed before or by the end of the season, the asphalt season, which is be mid-December.
Okay, so we're gonna run into the Christmas tree lighting?
There's potentially could run into that, but we're looking at, I don't think that's gonna be an issue,
Okay.
because laying the asphalt's not a big deal. It could do that in just a matter of days.
Okay.
We'll work around it.
And then, what about stormwater and pavement condition studies? I know we've got the pavement condition studies. Stormwater, do we have that one?
They're doing that. I actually have it listed on my board to present to you all in February-ish.
Okay, so let's take off pavement condition, because we've done that and approved it. Let's leave stormwater and push that to like February.
Okay, February, do you want to do the February work session or regular meeting?
February work session.
Work session, okay.
Stacy Howie Road, critical intersection, we're still waiting on that. We're still waiting on the speed limit reduction there. Davey, did you purchase the hinged road signs?
I'm making you get up, I apologize.
I know, just stay up there.
Not yet. We're still working through the DOT encroachment permit process.
Okay, and then what about Union Environmental for the stormwater repair? I don't even know what
Is that for
is.
Marvin Eford Park? They have completed the
no idea what
stormwater
that is.
cleaning of our pipes and all of that.
Have they finished?
Yes.
Perfect, cross it off our list.
I actually, when I was out there for the trick or treat, I saw it. Wow, what a difference. Because you remember I showed them to you like a year ago, and yeah, they did a great job.
They did a great job out there.
Awesome, love that, okay, good. Christina, trail standards, we're gonna just add that to the new Greenways master plan?
Well, we actually have a meeting tomorrow with DEQ, with our engineers, and I'm asking to get a change order to go ahead and get it
Okay, good.
added in. So
Okay.
after we meet tomorrow, have some direction, I'll come back to you with a change order. You can proceed or not.
Okay, and then AMT engineering for the asset inventory and condition assessment survey is
That's the same thing as a stormwater
February? Okay, so also
conversion.
just take off that top stormwater, leave on,
Did you already execute the contract for it, though?
Yes.
Okay.
oh, that's the did you execute that contract?
Yes.
Okay, so leave the top one on, complete that one.
Got it.
Sorry.
You good?
I would leave on the law enforcement data because we're gonna revisit that in 3 months. I would say revisit that at the February work session and see how those,
See what the data says for that.
see what the data
I
says.
was already going to put a new one on there anyway. that was
Okay, you wanna
already
do
there.
that? Okay, that's fine, if you wanna do that. Hunter, what did Keith say about Village Hall Park trees? We're good there? He said, good with the new plan? Yep, okay. You can mark that off the list. And then Davey, you're working on the overgrowth at the radar sign. I know we're not supposed to cut it there, but we're either gonna move the sign because it's gonna grow over again in the spring and the summer.
Yes, and for
And
whatever.
no.
And no. But considering that we were able to pull data for the entire month of August, it appears that only September is the month that the growth hits the point where it's blocking.
Okay.
And so
All
by,
right, so we'll wait and see.
by October, I would imagine that the growth is going to die. And
Okay.
it'll only block it. So we may only be talking about 1 month a year.
Okay, so get rid of that one. We're good, complete that one. Thank you.
Give me one
That's it?
second there.
You weren't paying attention.
I was. Just making sure. All right, council comments. Wayne, you're up. What you got?
I want to thank the staff, the law enforcement, and my fellow council persons for being here.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful year.
I'm good.
You're good? John's good? Ditto.
I just want to give a shout out. Last night, the bands performed for the middle school, all three of them.
That's mine.
I get to say it because my daughter's in the band now, but Joe and I all were both out last night with our respective kids in the band, and they did a fantastic job, and I have to say there was a lot of parents there. There's been a lot of support, and I am very proud to see the support for all the students at the middle school and, of course, the high school. So keep it up, everybody. Everybody's doing a good job, and really enjoyed that concert. These kids really, I have to give it to the band director. She's good. She's really got these kids coming up real quick. The difference between 6th and 7th and 7th and 8th grade is amazing, just in their levels of progression, and she's doing a great job.
And
So.
then hearing the high school play.
Yeah,
is
yeah, it's
amazing.
even, one step bigger, so, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No comment.
No comment. You, really? Nope. A couple of things. Thanks, staff. As always, you guys rock. Thank you for all your hard work. Jill, especially with giving us options on where our money is. I know you worked a lot on that. I missed the Halloween event last week because I was walking my daughter out. She's a senior for band, so sorry I couldn't be there. With Andy, very encouraged with the attendance of the school band on the performance with the high school, and they just rocked it. I mean, and seeing all those parents gives me hope that with this change in the guard at the very top, and seeing what they're doing for the kids, which was really awesome. And if you could just see them, how they grow. They're a train wreck in the beginning when they're trying to do their marching stuff, and then the end. We just performed at Porter Ridge. Congrats to the color guard. They took first place in their class. Band did great too. They just hit it out of the park there, and very happy for them. And I officially have my trailer available because I have no more band events. So other than there's a parade the weekend of November, Thanksgiving weekend on Sunday. So that won't be available for that. However, it got me to thinking that maybe we should rethink for events, and you mentioned what kind of events, maybe doing another parade if we can get Santa to show up on time. Well, he was a few hours late last night, let's just say. Maybe we need a new Santa. And coming up no, it wasn't that many years ago. Coming up, I have second graders that I'm going to meet with, but we have third graders coming here on the 7th. But I have a message out to Lori with that. If it's okay with you, I reached out to Austin because last year I think I brought, or a couple years ago, I brought Derek, and he talked about our thing. So if you're not available, I'd love for you to come meet second graders, tell them what you do as far as part of government and stuff like that. Maybe take okay, well, I'm working on the days and stuff. And that's all I had. So thank you. Yeah. Sheesh. That's not much. With that, I'll need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Anyone? Motion passes.